56 Productions.
Good morning, colleagues, Senate and Central staff, testifiers, and our listening and viewing audience. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary hearing for Tuesday, July 22nd, 2025 is hereby called to order. As customary, before the start of every hearing, I highlight events, recognition, and celebrations for the month. With that being said, July is Park and Recreation Month, which we are now celebrating in its 40th year. The theme for Park and Recreation Month is Build Together, Play Together. Park and recreation professionals are recognized each July for their contributions to the lives of tens of millions of people and their lifelong, lasting influence on our communities nationwide. Programs for parks and recreation are essential to the health and well-being of communities because they help create memories, strengthen family ties, and build lifelong relationships that people will treasure for decades to come. Games, activities, and outdoor recreation are available in our parks and for individuals, also for groups and programs that are run by our very own Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation. So make it a point to go outdoors and play. Speaking of outdoors, Clean Beach Week took place during the first week of this month. Clean Beaches Week occurs from July 1st to July 7th. The week is devoted to protecting beaches and ensuring they continue to be beautiful, safe, and clean for decades to come. Our beaches are open to everyone so that they can enjoy the sun, sand, and refreshing sea. Everyone bears some responsibility for keeping our beaches clean. When bringing anything to our beaches for your consumption or use while at the beach, even the park, or on our recreational ground area, we need to clean up after ourselves and dispose of any garbage correctly. Let's all contribute to keeping our islands, parks, and beaches clean. Finally, as we come to a close this summer, we have had an opportunity to witness a number of our young people participating in summer employment opportunities and working as interns here at the legislature and around our community. I would want to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to all the nonprofit and commercial employer partners that have collaborated with my office to enter and offer internships and job opportunities to our students enrolled in my office's Summer Youth Employment Opportunity Program. Today, I have not one, not even two, but three young and outstanding ladies in my office who have been very helpful in their efforts to help our community residents. They are Ms. Shania Nieves, and you'll be seeing her. She's going to be clerking. Ms. Nieves is a graduate of St. Peter and Paul High School and a 2025 graduate of Savannah College of Arts and Design. Next, I have Ms. Denaya Hendricks. She's sitting behind of me. She is a junior attending Barry University, majoring in one of my favorite major, social work. And she's a graduate from the magnificent Charlotte Amalie High School. And then we have Ms. Tenise LeBlanc. She is a graduate of the one high school, public high school that is still standing and is outstanding, Ivana Eudora Ken High School, who will attend the University of the Virgin Islands in August. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to Ms. Nieves, Ms. Hendricks, and Ms. LeBlanc for working in my office and supporting our efforts to serve the people of our beloved Virgin Islands. As the summer employment program comes to a close, I wish all of you and all of the participants in the program much success in your future endeavors. In addition to giving our young people an opportunity to work, we also expose them to strong work ethics. Additionally, we offer them life skills, job preparation, and financial literacy skills. That's part of the program that I offer through my office. Each year, the professional development workshop I conduct gives our young people an opportunity to learn about basic job preparation, resume building, interviewing skills, and financial planning. I am grateful to my staff for helping our students to succeed. Madam Clerk, kindly proceed to roll call.
Senator Angel Bolkes Jr. Present. Senator Bolkes Jr. Present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Present.
Senator Carla J. Joseph present. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr.
Present.
Senator Joseph Sr. present. Senator Avery L. Lewis.
I'm here.
Senator Lewis present. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter absent. Madam Chair, Senator Kenneth Gittens. Senator Gittens present. Madam Chair, you have 5 present, 2 absent.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk, and thank you, members, for being present. Madam Clerk, do we have any correspondences?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have 2 correspondence.
Kindly proceed with reading those correspondences into the record.
Letter dated July 22nd, 2025, to the Honorable Senator Carla J. Joseph, 36th Legislature, Chairwoman of Rules and Judiciary. Greetings, Senator Joseph. Please note for the record, I will be tardy to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for 10 a.m. on Tuesday, July 22nd, 2025, in the Earle B. Ottley Legislative Hall. Due to a previous scheduled appointment, I will arrive as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Regards, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, 36th Legislature, Member of Committee of Rules and Judiciary. Letter dated July 22nd, 2025, to Honorable Carla J. Joseph, Chairwoman, Committee on Rules and Judiciary, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, Chalet-Amali, P.O. Box 1690, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, 00804. Dear Chairwoman Joseph, Due to a previous commitment, I will be absent from the Committee on Rules and Judiciary scheduled for today, Tuesday, July 22nd, 2025. Please record my absence as excused. I thank you in advance for your understanding in this matter and sincerely apologize for any inconvenience my absence may cause. Sincerely, Senator Milton E. Potter. Madam Chair, this concludes all readings for correspondence.
Very well. Madam Clerk, kindly proceed with reading into today's record the agenda for this meeting that we're having here today.
Committee on Rules and Judiciary agenda. The 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands Committee on Rules and Judiciary has scheduled a hearing for 10 a.m. on Tuesday, July 22nd, 2025, in the Earle B. Ottley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas. The purpose of the meeting is to receive testimony and consider the following legislative measures. Block 1, 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m., Mr. Vincent Roberts, Commissioner, Nominee, Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation. Madam Chair, this concludes the reading of Block 1.
And thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, kindly mark Senators Potter and Senator Francis Heiliger as excused, and when Senator Francis Heiliger arrives, we will recognize her accordingly. We have before us, committee members, the first executive branch nominee, executive member nominee for the 36th Legislature. We have before us Acting Commissioner Vincent Roberts. And so, Mr. Roberts, as we proceed and part of our process in this committee, we typically, and I will ask you to stand and raise your right hand and swear you in, because this is a very serious matter, and you will answer yes at the end, or I do. Do you solemnly affirm, under penalty of perjury, that the testimony you will give to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Kindly be seated. Members, we are going to proceed and have Acting Commissioner Vincent Roberts, the governor's nominee for Commissioner of the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation, proceed with reading your testimony into the record. Kindly proceed, Acting Commissioner.
Good morning to the Honorable Carla J. Joseph, Chair of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary of the 36th U.S. Virgin Islands Legislature. Honorable committee members, non-committee members present, the hard-working staff of the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation, friends, family, and listening and viewing audience. My name is Vincent Luben Roberts, and I stand before you today humbled and honored to have been nominated for the position of Commissioner of the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation. This moment is not only a professional milestone, but a personal one, rooted in lifelong commitment to service, community, and transformative power of sports. If confirmed, I look forward to working cooperatively with the legislature to champion inclusive, innovative, and sustainable programs that reflect the needs and aspirations of our diverse communities. First and foremost, I want to thank God for bestowing me with the grace and mercy to persevere thus far. I also extend heartfelt gratitude and appreciation to the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr. and the Honorable Lieutenant Governor Tregenza Roach Esquire for their vote of confidence in me to lead the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation. Born and raised in the U.S. Virgin Islands, I take immense pride in giving back to the community that helped shape me. I come before you today as a dedicated public servant, molded by a village that instilled in me the values of faith in Christ, service to others, and the importance of family. My mother, Darius Parson Roberts, showed me the power of empathy and instilled in me the phrase, "This too shall pass." My father, Luben Vincent Roberts, taught me that every challenge has a solution and that we should focus not on the problem, but on the solution. I also draw strength and inspiration from my heavenly angels, my grandmothers, and my Auntie Joyce LeBron, all of whom molded what it means to take care of your community with humility and love. I am grateful to my children, Ariel, Yannick, Justin, Jalen, Jarian, and Jade, who continue to inspire me to push beyond my comfort zone and walk boldly in my purpose. And to my incredible family of aunts, uncles, cousins, and loved ones, thank you for pouring into me and helping to shape the person I am today. From a young age, I developed a profound love for sports, whether playing, spectating, or simply watching on television. Growing up in St. Thomas, I immersed myself in many sports. Baseball, however, has always held a special place in my heart. It is through this sport that I learned discipline, teamwork, and leadership, values that have guided me throughout my life and career. My early education took place at All Saints Cathedral School, followed by Charlotte Amalie High School, from which I graduated as a proud member of the class of 1987. Upon completing high school, I pursued higher education at Miami-Dade Community College, now known as Miami-Dade College, in Miami, Florida. In December 1990, I graduated with an Associate of Arts degree in Business Administration. After graduation, I returned home to work alongside my father in the construction field. First, Luben Roberts Construction Company, and later on, Premier Construction Company, utilizing my degree as office manager for the companies in charge of HR and payroll divisions, accounts payables and receivables, preparing bid packages and construction schedules, while gaining 15 years of valuable experience in business, the construction industry, and working with government from the private sector side. My journey with the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation began in April 2007, when I was hired by Governor John P. DeYoung Jr. as a sports coordinator, tasked to develop and oversee sports and recreation programs for the St. Thomas St. John Water Island District. 3 years later, I was promoted to Assistant Director of Sports and Recreation. In this capacity, I led the Sports and Recreation Division in the St. Thomas St. John Water Island District, developing and implementing successful youth and adult programs, growing participation and engagement within the community. This promotion allowed me to work directly with Assistant Commissioner Mr. Stanley Smith, where I began to learn the inner functions of government and build strong collaborative relationships with local schools, organizations, and government partners. In 2019, under the Brian Roach administration, I advanced to the position of Assistant Commissioner. In this capacity, I have played a major role in the department's disaster recovery projects, while concurrently supervising the daily operations of the department in key areas such as oversight of Sports and Recreation Division and the Division of Facilities, Parks, and Open Spaces. Taking charge of managing, directing, and prioritizing major projects and operational plans to ensure the synchronized achievement of department goals and objectives. Beyond my work in government, I'm an active member of the Niski Moravian Church, Little League coach for over 20 years, who was fortunate enough to win the 2007 Latin American Junior Little League tournament and represented the U.S. Virgin Islands at the Junior Little League World Series. I'm also an active coach in the department's Reviving Baseball in Inner Cities RBI program. Coaching has allowed me to inspire young athletes and help shape the next generation of leaders, both on and off the field. Seeing former players owning businesses and sitting across from me in meetings fills me with a sense of accomplishment and pride. Collectively, my upbringing, early experiences, and current endeavors serve to inform not only my intimate knowledge of DSPR, but my character, leadership style, and vision for the future. The Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation of the U.S. Virgin Islands is a government entity established by the Virgin Islands Code to oversee the planning, development, and administration of recreational and sporting programs, as well as the maintenance and enhancements of public parks, and recreational facilities across the territory. Its creation, organizational structure, operational mandate, and jurisdiction are codified in Title III, Chapter 18 of the Virgin Islands Code. Title III, Chapter 18, Subchapter 1, Sections 301 to 308, lays the statutory groundwork for the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation, officially designating it as the central government body responsible for the management and advancement of sports and recreational activities in the Virgin Islands. This section defines the department's structure and functions, including the appointment of a commissioner who serves as the executive head of the department, reporting to the governor. The statute outlines the department's core responsibilities, which include planning and administering sports and recreational programs for all ages, developing and maintaining public parks, playgrounds, and athletic facilities, encouraging youth engagement through organized leagues and instructional programs, and collaborating with schools and community organizations to expand recreational access. The department is also empowered to promote health and wellness through physical activity and to preserve open green spaces that contribute to environmental sustainability and community development. Title III, Chapter 18, Subchapter 2, Sections 311 to 324, introduces the Virgin Islands Sports Commission, a statutory body designed to complement the efforts of DSPR by focusing specifically on sports development at a higher administrative and policy level and attract sports tourism. While Title III outlines the formation and governance of DSPR and the Sports Commission, additional legislative authority is provided under Section 32 of the Virgin Islands Code, chapters 1 to 21, which addresses specialized areas of sports, parks, and recreation management. These chapters provide critical support for DSPR's mission by codifying complementary authorities and creating partnerships and frameworks necessary for effective recreational management and sports development across the Virgin Islands. A landmark amendment, Act Number 8458, modernized and expanded the statutory responsibilities of DSPR by revising Section 302 of Title III, Chapter 18. This amendment mandated the department to develop neighborhood and team sports parks in addition to its existing duties. Furthermore, the Act significantly restructured Chapters 22, 32, and 33 of the Virgin Islands Code, leading to the establishment of new revolving funds aimed at supporting park development and the reorganization of the territorial park authorities for the improved efficiency and governance. The Act reflects the Legislature's commitment to increasing access to sports and recreation in underserved communities and supporting a more sustainable financial framework for facility management. The Department of Sports, Park and Recreation has undergone a remarkable transformation from a division within a cultural agency to a standalone, community-centric department driven by a clear mission to enrich the quality of life for all Virgin Islands residents and visitors by providing safe, accessible, and diverse recreational programs and facilities that promote wellness, community engagement, and youth development. The Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation is separated into 3 divisions. The Office of the Commissioner, responsible for the overall leadership, management, planning, and supervision of the department, which includes the Offices of Human Resources and Payroll, Business and Finance, and plans and develops capital projects. The Division of Facilities, Parks, and Open Spaces oversees the maintenance and beautification of facilities, public parks, beaches, open spaces, and recreational areas under the department's authority. The Division of Sports and Recreation organizes, promotes, coordinates, conducts, and develops diverse sports and recreational programs to enhance children's lives and the general community. For the past 6 years, under the Brian Roach administration, DSPR has experienced significant investment and development. Dozens of recreational sites rehabilitated or upgraded, stronger community partners with local organizations, agencies, and federations, and expanded emphasis on inclusive programming from senior fitness to adaptive sports. Over the past few months, as the acting commissioner, I have engaged with the staff to become further acquainted with our internal processes and system and scrutinize budgets to complete a thorough assessment of the department. My evaluation indicates that the department has been effective in fulfilling its mandate and mission by serving the residents of the U.S. Virgin Islands and maintaining our resources. The Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation is home to a dedicated and knowledgeable staff, many of whom have devoted their entire careers to serving the community. A key area for improvement is our marketing, outreach, and community engagement, and our community engagement remains central to our efforts. I understand that an informed and engaged public is essential to the department's success. Therefore, in an endeavor to work more closely with the public, I plan to launch an aggressive marketing campaign strategy that includes a redesigned, user-friendly website with real-time updates to expedite the process of facility availability, program registration, and permit access. I will reach the community via traditional platforms, as well as increase social media presence, and produce quarterly newsletters featuring project updates, staff highlights, and community stories. I will also organize biannual town hall meetings to gather feedback, share progress, and shape our priorities. Employee morale is another crucial aspect that requires attention, as it appears to be affected by a lack of communication, inclusion in decision-making, and limited recognition of upward mobility opportunities. The department must renew its focus on communicating effectively with employees. I believe communication, transparency, and morale are interconnected. By prioritizing open communication and fostering a culture of transparency, I am confident that we will not only create a positive work environment for the department's 113 employees, but also build trust with the public. Addressing these concerns will contribute to the overall improvement and efficiency of the department. If confirmed as commissioner, I will work with all stakeholders, including the hard-working men and women of DSPR, on the following short and long-term goals. 1, revenue generation strategies for sustainable growth. To meet the evolving needs of our residents and maintain a high standard of facilities and programs expected by our communities, DSPR must ensure that its operational model is both financially sustainable and forward-thinking. I will lead the implementation of several key strategies designed to diversify DSPR's revenue base, reduce reliance on appropriated funds, and unlock the earning potential of department's assets. At the heart of this effort is adjusting current facility rental fees and lease agreements to reflect the fair market value of the services and spaces we provide. I will actively assess underutilized facilities for their potential to be upgraded and repurposed as revenue-generating assets. Additionally, I will introduce advertising and sponsorship opportunities across department assets, providing businesses with positive exposure and community goodwill. Workforce development and training. To achieve my goal of boosting internal morale and recognizing that knowledge is power, I plan to institute annual training requirements for new and existing staff. I plan to conduct regular training sessions for department staff on the latest recreational practices and safety procedures, and cross-train all employees to broaden their skills and promote a collaborative work environment. I will have staff attend conferences to help with networking, morale, and gain information. 3, internal efficiency and cost-saving reforms. As DSPR continues expanding its programs and services to meet the needs of growing and active community, rising operational costs threaten our ability to meet our mandates. I intend to introduce a series of efficiency improvements aimed at streamlining workflows, cutting unnecessary expenses, and strengthening the department's commitment to fiscal responsibility and community-focused services. By improving internal systems today, we lay a stronger foundation for programs, partnership, and public space that will shape the Virgin Islands for generations to come. Enhancing public safety and compliance at DSPR facilities. DSPR is increasingly confronted with challenges that threaten the safety, accessibility, and integrity of our public facilities. Among the most pressing issues are unauthorized vending, vagrancy, and crowd control violations, particularly at high-traffic beaches, park areas, and event spaces. These challenges not only create safety and sanitation concerns, but also compromise the user experience for the community and tourists who rely on these spaces for recreation, rest, and organized activities. To address these concerns, I am taking a proactive and coordinated approach by engaging key regulatory and enforcement agencies, including the Virgin Islands Police Department, the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, and the Administrator's Office to establish clear, enforceable policies and procedures that will protect our facilities and the people who use them. Long-term goals: sports tourism development. As Commissioner of the Department of Sports, Park and Recreation, I aim to transform the United States Virgin Islands into a top destination for sports tourism, one that combines our rich cultural heritage, scenic beauty, and expanding athletic facilities to attract regional and international sporting events, boost economic activity, and promote local sports development. The Capital Improvement and Facility Enhancement Plan, which I will discuss next, is not only an investment in public health and quality of life, but also a strategic tool for economic growth and tourism development. I intend on activating the Sports Commission to meet its mandates, as well as continue working closely with the Department of Tourism to actively pursue partnerships with national governing bodies, sports federations, and private promoters. The Capital Improvement and Facility Enhancement Plan. I have led a comprehensive territory-wide assessment of both major and minor facilities managed by DSPR. This effort was guided by a commitment to improving the quality, safety, and long-term viability of our public spaces. From this assessment, a robust capital improvement and facility enhancement plan was developed, one that reflects both immediate infrastructure needs and long-range opportunities for modernization and growth. At the heart of this plan is a focus on 4 core pillars: safety, accessibility, usability, and sustainability. These principles will guide every renovation, upgrade, and new construction project initiated under my leadership. Key infrastructure priorities is secure on-site storage for equipment to prevent equipment loss, improve operational readiness, and eliminate inefficiencies caused by transport delays. Renovation of public use functionality. Renovation for public use functionality. Our aging facilities must be reimagined for today's recreational demands. I will repurpose outdated or underused sites into multi-use facilities capable of hosting multiple sports, maximizing community access, and encouraging diverse year-round participation. Field upgrades and surface renovations. Our biofields and open play spaces are some of the most heavily used assets in the department, yet many are worn due to age and frequent use. Improving drainage, repairing fencing, dugouts, and upgrading turf will be a priority. ADA-compliant infrastructure and permanent vendor zones. My vision includes ensuring that all new construction and renovations meet ADA standards. Equally important will be to establish permanent vendor zones at key facilities to promote economic opportunity and to ensure a more orderly vendor presence. Beautification and signage enhancement. First impressions are lasting impressions. I will launch a territory-wide beautification campaign to enhance the aesthetic appeal of our parks and recreational centers. This includes landscaping, public art, new signage, and the installation of shade structures at playgrounds, courts, and bleacher areas, improving both comfort and visual appeal. These improvements will create a sense of pride and ownership among users while boosting the community atmosphere at our sites. One of the long-standing goals of the department has been to construct dedicated DSPR-operated gymnasiums in both districts. These multi-purpose indoor facilities would expand year-round programming opportunities, serve as safe havens, and provide essential space for youth, adult, and senior recreation. If confirmed as commissioner, I fully commit to advancing this vision. I will work diligently to identify suitable locations and pursue funding opportunities through local appropriations, federal grants, public-private partnerships to bring this vision to reality. The Capital Improvement and Facility Enhancement Plan is a blueprint for transforming our public spaces into thriving, inclusive, and future-ready centers of community life. I will continue to champion these improvements with urgency, transparency, and accountability. Today, the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation is more than just a manager of facilities. I firmly believe it is a vital component to the social infrastructure of the U.S. Virgin Islands. The SPR provides safe spaces where residents of all ages and backgrounds can gather, grow, and thrive. Our motto, "We commit to keep you fit," reflects a renewed commitment to inclusion, innovation, and community engagement. The department works continues to support not only athletic excellence, but also social development, environmental stewardship, and cultural heritage, making it a cornerstone to public life in the Virgin Islands. As Commissioner, I pledge to be a resolute and equitable leader, aspiring to be among the department's most accomplished. Influenced by the wisdom of my father, a successful self-made entrepreneur, I commit to confronting challenges with a creative, solution-oriented, and collaborative mindset. Guided by the principles instilled by my esteemed mother, I vow to uphold persistence and justice in all endeavors. As a committed team player, I vow to foster an environment of open and honest communication, cultivating a transparent dialogue that I believe will afford employees unprecedented opportunities and propel DSPR into the future. While I am aware that pleasing everyone is impossible, I am steadfast in my commitment to treating everyone fairly and ensuring that each voice has the opportunity to be heard. I approach my nomination with a deep sense of responsibility, seeking strength from God to consistently give my best effort. I express heartfelt gratitude to my teammates at the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation, to my village, friends, colleagues, and the entire Virgin Islands community. Thank you for always showing up and for your never-ending support and prayers. Again, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. I look forward to future discussion. I look forward to further discussing my vision for the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation with you and answering any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much, Acting Commissioner Vincent Roberts, for your testimony. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Alma Francis Heiliger as present, and she's a member of this committee. Madam Clerk, kindly give us the tally for the number of members present here for the committee meeting today.
Madam Chair, you have 6 present. You have 6 present and 1 excused.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, we have before us, as I mentioned, the first executive cabinet member for the Brian Roach administration before us for consideration. I want to do just one minor housekeeping. We have a really large crowd in the back, and to assure that all of you remain quiet as we go through this process, as well as your cell phones are on vibrate. And for my members here, this is the order of questioning. We'll have first Senator Angel Boquez, Senator, I'm so sorry. We'll have first Senator Avery L. Lewis, followed by Senator Angel Boquez Jr. Then we'll go to the big island of St. Croix, and we'll have Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Next, followed by the Vice Chair of this committee, Kenneth L. Gittins. And finally, we will have Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Colleagues, we will now begin with one round of 5 minutes questioning to the Governor's nominee for the Department of Sports and Recreation, Senator Avery Lewis. Mr. Secretary, you are recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Roberts.
Morning, Senator.
How are you doing today?
Doing good.
You see, the chairwoman look like she was silence the audience. Like, how she do that? See all my people back there. When I come in here this morning, I say, well, I got the hardest question for Vin, but when a man walk with his own pastor, how I could do that? No, sir. Anyhow, Mr. Roberts, it's a pleasure to have you here this morning. If you turn to page 6 of your testimony, I just want to regurgitate something you said that really catch my eyes. You said, to enrich the quality of life for all Virgin Island residents and visitors by providing safe, accessible, and diverse recreational programs and facilities that promote wellness, community engagement, and new development. I think that encompasses a whole lot. And I must say, I know I didn't plan to really ask you much questions today as it pertains to the function of the department, because I know you've been doing this. You've been acting for so long. You've been a man, you started out as a coordinator. You work your way up through the ranks. So I know you know the ropes. Even on the other side, when we had the FEMA questions, I think you were the man batting and bringing all the information. But I think what took the highlight for me, and I think for many others who really listened today, is that you came with a plan. The capital improvement and facilities plan. You can't get it any better than that. On page 8 of your testimony, you said, I plan to launch an aggressive marketing campaign strategy that includes a redesigned, user-friendly website and real-time updates to expedite the process of facility availability, program registration, and permit access. Has that started?
It has started. I'm actually looking over a proposal that I got to upgrade the website.
So so we should see, you have funding for it?
Yes.
That's good. afraid to ask her these questions. And it's Senator, I'm going to call you. Tread like. But Mr. Robert, let's have a different conversation. We talked about a real good plan. And my question is, I'm going to say it slow so you can understand it. How will you ensure that our programs, leagues, and recreational spaces not only develop elite athletes, but also reflect Virgin Islands culture, empower local coaches, and provide year-round opportunities that keep our youth off the streets and on a path to success?
Well, that's a simple question, Senator.
Thank you.
It's your team, the people you hire, the people you put in certain positions to get these goals accomplished. And I think I have the right people in place to get these goals accomplished.
Right. We just had a team went to Curacao to play softball, right? And when they came back,
I think it was Colombia. Softball was Little League.
Little League, sorry.
Yes.
I apologize.
Yeah.
I know Curacao, correct, though?
Yes, Little League went Curacao, the softball national team went to Colombia.
Don't match me up, Mr. Roberts. Yeah. Take it easy. Anyhow, one of the things I want to express to you is that one of the concerns I heard from some of the people that travel, the adults, is that our children seem like they only practice maybe 10 months a year, while these other countries, they really have it as a purpose. How could we change the mindset, not just for baseball, but on sports on a whole, to get them off the island into be the next Aaliyah Boston, the next Tim Duncan, the next Julian Jackson? What's your vision?
That's the purpose of the Sports Commission, Senator. That's the importance of the Sports Commission, and that's why it is imperative that we get the sports tourism moving and get things accomplished.
I hear you. That's a big vision, and I really thank you for even stepping up to the plate and accepting the governor's offer to run this agency.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That's it for me, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary. One of the things, and I just want to jump in here, I know you came with your horde from the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation. I see a number of them. I've known many of them. I see my former Bavonians, Phoebe, in the back, and also Carol Peters, who is not only a Bavonian, but she's also a graduate from Ivana Eudora Kent High School. And similarly, we have our good pastor, the Reverend Dr. Reverend Connor. And I really want to really thank all of them and a lot. And my former co-worker, she's hiding. I can't see her that good. She's right back there, Frenchie, Jasmine Fret. She calls me all the time. But this is a very serious proceedings. And this is a very serious work. When you, and I'm going to say it's going to happen because I know it's going to happen. You've been working here in the trenches for a long time. You know the nuts and bolts of this department and you know what needs to be done. But this is a very serious position and we want to give it the due respect that it is truly supposed to have. Sports, park, and recreation, when you take a look at what we have here in our landscape in the Virgin Islands as stewards, we have a lot of work to do. And I'm so happy that you came with a plan. In our conversation, when we had our preliminary interview, Mr. Roberts, and this was on July 2nd, I talked to you about one major item that I had of concern, and that was definitely the George E. Goodwin Cricket Field. And I've been seeing a lot of action. This past Sunday, the whole place was lined up when you're heading out by Nazareth. Could you kindly tell us where we are with that? I know that this body appropriated $1.5 million to the St. Thomas Cricket Association. Kindly indicate where we are with that funding.
The Cricket Association, they have drawn 500,000 out of the 1.5. In previous meetings and conversations with them, they were in talk with several different companies as far as design and funding, to get additional funding to proceed, as well as I know DPP, Department of Property and Procurement, was in the process of giving them the long-term lease for the location for the spot.
Thank you so much for that. Next, I will recognize for their 5 minutes Senator at Large, Angel Boquez Jr. Kindly proceed, Senator Boquez.
Thank you, and good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience, and good morning to the support team here for our nominee, Mr. Acting Commissioner Vincent Roberts, and good morning to you, sir.
Morning, Senator.
How are you doing? Good?
I'm doing well.
Excellent. Now, you're the kind of guy who always has the shoulder to the wheel. I've always seen you sort of operating at the time in the background, rolling up your sleeves, getting the job done. And it's good to see when people just progress and reach to the apex of or the top of where they would like to be or deserve to be. And I think that you're one of those individuals. You may not say much at times, but you get the job done. And I've seen that time and time after again. And, you've held various roles in DSPR since 2007. But I want to ask you, since your time as an assistant commissioner, from an assistant commissioner to now, what are some of the things that have changed for you? I'm sure things have changed. And you're experiencing things that you didn't experience before. Could you share some of those things with us right now, some of the challenges that you might have not expected?
The biggest culture shock for me in changing from assistant commissioner to acting and commissioner nominee is sitting down in the legislature a lot more. That's one, and a lot more time in government house, policy advisors. The best part about moving from assistant commissioner to commissioner is you have a lot more input, or the buck stops with you. So you have an opportunity to see your visions come to fruition. And working your way up through the ranks, you get a chance to know the boots on the ground, as well as things that need to be implemented to make their lives better, easier, which overall helps the department grow.
Okay. I can certainly appreciate that response. You currently stated in your testimony to us that you currently have 113 staff. And could you tell us if there's any key vacancies within the department now that you would like filled that are impeding you from getting certain operations completed?
So key vacancies has been lifeguards.
Lifeguards?
Yes. Fortunately, since our budget hearing and now, we have either 3 or 4 candidates that we're getting ready to interview, which would take care of our lifeguard situation. And that's been something that been a thorn on our side, trying to fill those positions. But the plan is a little different. Normally, we have interviews. They have to meet certain requirements, which is like swimming from the buoy and back. And some of them have not been able to even get past that. But instead of just squashing them or just saying, no, you don't qualify, our intent now is to help them, get training, whether it's with the association, the swimming association, just so that they could pass instead of just telling them you don't qualify and move on. It's to assist.
And I'm hoping that some of, if not most, if you can get some of them over to St. John, we would really appreciate it. We've seen a number of drownings happen on the island of St. John, and for tourism,
1 minute.
that is not always a good thing.
Right.
So definitely I can appreciate that as well. Before my time expires, you mentioned serious issues with unauthorized vending and vagrancy and crowd control within the realm that you are overseeing,
Right.
which is Parks and Recreation. What enforcement policies or interagency partnerships do you believe you need to work on, or are you pursuing at this specific moment in time to address those things?
So
30 seconds.
we have closed some loopholes between the SPR and DLCA as far as how some of the vendors were getting licenses for things that were not permitted by DSPR. So we've closed that. We've worked closely with DLCA to close those gaps, and we've been having communications with VIPD as far as things that they feel that they are not allowed to enforce because of how our permits are being written and so
Time.
forth. So it's a collective effort to put a policy or procedure in place to make sure that when we grant a permit or we give a lease, everything that VIPD needs to enforce and DLCA needs to be enforced is included in the lease agreement.
And Madam Chair, if I may have one quick wrap up.
You may proceed to wrap up, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And you and I have spoken about this a little bit off the record, but you did express some concern in that same area of enforcement, and you did want to figure out how you can have an enforcement arm for DSPR. What are your conversations in that space right now? Is that a piece of legislation that you would want to suggest to this body, or how are you going about to try to make that a reality? Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
It's still our position that we need our own enforcement arm. Our budget does not have the funding for that right now, but it is something that we think we need. It would help us on a day-to-day basis. VIPD is understaffed, so is DLC and so forth. But if we had our own enforcement arm, it would help with a lot of our issues.
Thank you so much, Acting Commissioner Roberts, for that. So just to follow up, and so I'm clear, you are looking to join with other enforcement persons, or are you thinking that you would need to have your own enforcement arm as part of this department long term?
So the long-term goal is to have our own enforcement arm. Short-term is to work collaboratively with what we have in place to find solutions to our current issues.
You know, that's the biggest challenge here in our government, undoubtedly, enforcement. We have two major challenges, which is implementation, timely implementation, time is money, and enforcement. So that's a further discussion down the line. How do you see that? I know your long-term goal. Have you started to reach out to VIPD in any way or form, because they will be your first, or some of your executive staff members for the current administration?
So everything in my testimony has already started. I have already had key conversations as far as VIPD is concerned with Commissioner Brooks, Chief Hodge, to get those conversations started, as well as with DSCA, the heads of DSCA, DPNR. So the actual document is in the process. Some of the loopholes, like I said, we already closed and have already been implemented. So everything is moving.
It's moving, and it's
Yes.
a process.
Yes.
Well, I hope you are able to get it finalized, and I'm sure you will. You're very tenacious and very focused. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. in the Big Island, you are recognized for your 5 minutes. Kindly proceed.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to the listening public. Good morning to everyone here in the legislature. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning again to the nominee, Mr. Roberts. Well, before I saw Mr. Roberts, I was thinking that, I was questioning who's going to be the next commissioner. And I must say you got support from St. Croix's side was like, you don't really know the guy, but he come from in the ranks and he gonna do a good job. So that is what I was told. So now today I'm gonna ask, so for the listening public, could you express a few sentences on your vision for the future of the Parks and Recs under your leadership?
Thank you, Senator. My vision for the department is, one, to modernize the department, to unbag a lot of the calls and a lot of the things that my staff in the office have to deal with on a daily basis by having a functioning website. Also, to, most importantly, is training for employees, make sure that employees have the knowledge and they are elevating and they're growing, and also create opportunities for growth and upward mobility for employees.
Okay, and how do you plan to balance the grassroots development with elite high performance sports?
Repeat that one more time for me.
How do you plan to balance the grassroots development with elite high performance sports, like engaging?
So to be quite honest, Senator, one of the things that I believe is that it's not every child that plays a sport wants to be a professional at a sport. Some kids just want to get out of the house. Some parents just want their children to be involved in a lot of different programs so they could decide what they like from what they don't like. So we have to understand that there's recreation as well as elite. And for me, is making sure that we create opportunities and programs that address both of them. That's why you have summer camps, and at summer camp you have a sports program or a sports camp. At the same time, you have an elite basketball camp, which is for more serious players. So it's nothing hard. I think we do it already. I just think it needs to be done a little more annually or a little more year-round.
Okay, and what about the school level? How you plan to make a connection to get some more of the schools involved? Bosses, I mean, just like you were saying earlier, some children just want to play sports, so they come in. But then to get some more of the schools involved, what's your plans going forward? Well,
our plan is to go into the elementary schools, the staff on the elementary schools. I think we need to work closely with our phys ed teachers. We need to get back to introducing tennis in the schools, soccer in the schools. We need to swim in. I think my staff does a good job as far as coaching a lot of the elementary programs, but I think it's time to really work closely with VIDE and get our phys ed teachers to start to introduce a lot more of these sports.
Okay, and can you describe your leadership style, especially with underperforming employees, if you have underperforming employees?
We do have some. We don't have much. Most of my underperforming employees, I try to give them leadership roles. I kind of put them in front to lead, and that seems to help a lot. I see where you might have an employee that's giving a supervisor a hard time.
30 seconds.
And when you give them a project and you make them the lead, and now they have employees giving them a hard time, they kind of understand how it is when the shoe is on the other foot. So I think creating those kind of environments, because sometimes people, well, by nature, we more visible and we are, when people talk to you, you don't see it. But when you actually in that situation...
Okay, good. I got one more question before my time. So, how would you ensure transparency and accountability within the department and ensure efficient use of public funds? That's
documentation. I think we get away from documentation a little too much. So documentation, making sure we have the policies in place, the procedures in place, the documents in place that would tell a story.
Well, thank you for your response. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
And thank you so much, Senator Joseph, for those very pointed questions. I think it gives us a better insight outside of the nominee's testimony on his thought processes. So thank you so much, Senator Joseph, for that line of questioning. At this time, the chair will recognize our acting president and vice chair of the committee, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to all. Mr. Vince Roberts, how you doing this morning?
I'm doing great.
You'll be blessed.
And
You
how
ain't
you feel
even
about it?
called, and the sick cost look out for me are going to be on the agenda. Nothing. I would have made an extra effort to get to St. Thomas. But congratulations to you, and thank you to the administration for the nomination. And first off, let me thank you and your staff as well for assisting and allowing the Todd Wars to take place down there on the property. You didn't make it over, but Team Guava, we at least took the popular vote. They don't want to really push it in the public like that. They keep pushing coconut in your face, but in Guava we trust. I was listening to your testimony, and I started to think on Muddy and Joyce and everybody, and I was like, wow, what a proud moment, indeed. And then you started to talk about your mom and dad and all that, the stuff that you remembered. This too shall pass, and everything else that you were taught. And I just love how you started out. And where you said that Uncle Butch taught you, showed you that every challenge has a solution. So with every challenge having a solution, if I had read your testimony before, I would have had you revise at least 2 areas where you said, where is it? I highlighted it. If confirmed as commissioner. You want to restate that for me?
When confirmed as commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you. We got to speak it in. And listening to the secretary there, I heard him say that the pastor is in the house. So that means you even bring Niski Moravian Church down there?
I walk with my village.
So you on the right path. I know you bring the village because Chinaman Hill probably there, the whole of the west there. I mean, you probably bring them out from east, west, north, and south. I can't see the chambers there, but if the crew could do me a favor and just let me see the chambers. We want to see on St. Croix who is there as well. Okay, what is this? Good morning to all, welcome. So, in reading your testimony or listening to your testimony, there were a couple of areas that I highlighted. One, in your short-term goals, you spoke about public safety, and in the 4 points you made there, you know which one stood out to me. Number 4, enhancing public safety and compliance at the sports parks and recreational facilities. And I do see where you're coordinating with several agencies, and I just want you to include that of the Virgin Islands Port Authority, because you're also in control of the beach area down near the airport, correct?
Correct. So those conversations with Port, I do have those conversations with Port as well.
Okay, great. And then in
30
your
seconds.
long-term goals, you spoke to your intentions of activating the Sports Commission to meet its mandates, as well as continue working closely with the Department of Tourism to actively pursue partnerships with national governing bodies. I took a chuckle there too, because I definitely would like to see the activation of the Sports Commission. When you start to talk about working closely, or continuing to work closely with the Department of Tourism, I was wondering if you could put a little pinch in there, since they gave, who it is, the New York Jets or somebody, whole $10 million the other day. Probably we could get our facilities fixed so that we could see some of these teams coming here during the winter season. We could play ball and do anything in our fields outdoor all year round. So we have a mandate to our people, and when we could reach out and give $10 million like that, we need to be able to get something out of it. Do you agree?
I agree.
Okay, I'm looking forward to supporting your nomination.
I will have those conversations with Commissioner Bushelter.
Great. I hearing other things. I ain't even know if you're going to be Commissioner Bushelter, but I ain't going to go there right now. But thank you for your willingness. Like the previous speaker, nothing but good things are coming from within, and hearing that they're very appreciative that the position is being filled from within the ranks of the agency. So we're looking forward to good things, and of course we have to support you as well in order for you to succeed. So don't hesitate to reach out. You have an able assistant commissioner there in Ms. Renee Hansen as well. So I'm looking forward to great things coming from both of you for out of the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation. All right?
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Chair, Acting President. At this time, the Chair will recognize Senator Francis Heiliger for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good day to my colleagues. Good day to the testifiers. Good day.
Excuse me one moment.
Yes, ma'am.
Senator, I'm not hearing your mic. Media, please assure that Senator Francis Heiliger mic is activated. Try once again, Senator.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Good day to my colleagues. Good day to the people of the territory. Good day to the testifier nominee, as well as those in the audience. I hope everyone is having a blessed morning. I was here smiling a little bit because there's a lot of things that, especially with sports, parks, and recreation, I see where improvement can be had, and you touched on some of those things, as well as I see a broader scope of things that can be done. I love the sports tourism. I enjoyed the conversation about really trying to market our entity a little bit better. I'm looking forward to the upgrade in the website. That'll make people's lives a whole lot easier. I remember even when I had to do activities, the driving down there, the waiting, the back and forth, the paperwork, and I'm like, we're in the 21st century. You know, when do we get to a place where it's a lot easier? So I'm looking forward to things like that. I also, when my colleague was speaking about the enforcement arm, I support that 100%. Not only do I support it, I already submitted the legislation. BR 250311, hopefully it'll be out this year because I already sent in all the language. I'm waiting for legal counsel to return it to me, because I recognize one of the things that I've been doing as a senator, I'm really trying to look through this government and look at different areas that I see where we could touch on, improve, and make the lives of the people better. And for an agency that has to deal with potentially sometimes hundreds and thousands of people going to the beach, they're going to parks. Sometimes you have events that are so crowded. And if we could allow and give our sports parks and recreation enforcement officers the authority to really act as peace officers, I think that would help us a lot so they could act immediately in some situations. I mean, you have tourists going to a lot of these different locations or beaches, etc. So if they have that type of authority, I think that could assist us in a way and really let the police department focus on activities of the general community outside of things that are happening in the areas of sports parks and rec. So I was very happy that you brought that up. So look out for it. So it's coming. The other thing I wanted to ask you about, we have this back and forth with Polly Joseph Stadium. And I am, you know, when you so desperately want something for the people of St. Croix, you really, really want them to get this stadium done. Let's say it actually does get done. Is your agency prepared to hit the ground running from the time this gentleman says Christmas Day, if he gets his money, he's willing to hand over the keys? Are you guys ready to hit the ground running with that?
Yes, from the standpoint of being able to put on events locally, no, we would actually need a few more employees stationed to that facility permanently, because it's a big big facility, it's a big property, so it's going to need its own staffing. You know, which is additional. So
you guys would be starting to prepare for that, and you're looking into in advance.
Correct.
Because the last thing I want to hear is he says he turned over the keys, and then we're still waiting. So I'm happy to hear about that part.
And the plan is to also use that area between the Terrence Martin, Littlefield, and Polly Joseph as finding space to staff, to have staff in the west to take care of Polly Joseph, the pool, WIM, everything we have in the west.
Okay, I'm happy to hear that. I also you touched a little bit on the lifeguard situation, and I remember we had there was a conversation before that we had discussed where the lifeguards would come get trained, and then they got certification, and then some would leave. Right. How do you guys handle that? Are they now signing off on documentation to say, if we invest all this time and money and effort into you, you can't just get up and go? Is there anything that you guys have come up with since that last conversation we had in regards to retain them?
Well, all the lifeguards that we have previously has never been trained by the department. Okay. They were either they came already trained or already qualified. So, but the problem was we wasn't keeping them. They was coming for a little while, and then a lot of them was transplants or came away from the state. Okay. But locally, it's very hard to find. So,
do we have a recruitment plan?
So that's the plan now.
Okay.
We're changing our whole plan as far as how we get in lifeguards. We're trying to attract more locals and give them the training, because they're ours, you know. And that even came more to light when I was watching the national news. As you know, Malcolm Jamal Warner died a couple days ago. Yeah. Everybody knew him as Theo Huxtable. Right. He died. He got caught up in the current. And, you know, by the time they said responders got to him, it was basically too late. And that thought, I kept thinking about here in the Virgin Islands, and I remember that conversation, and I'm thinking, hey, we really need to make sure we have lifeguards, because we never know what's going to happen. I had a cousin that died, a first cousin, my aunt's son. He got caught up in a whirlpool trying to save his girlfriend, and the whirlpool closed in on both of them. And he was from here. So I understand that. So I really hope that you focus on that, and I would look forward. And you definitely have my support. I think you've been doing an excellent job so far within the agency.
And thank you so much for responding poignantly. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. We have a point of information from Mr. Secretary. Avriel
Yes.
Lewis, you are recognized for your
Thank
point of
you.
information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, good morning to all. Mr. Roberts, what's the long-term plan for the agency as it pertains to all your facilities and the beaches with ADA compliance?
Long term is just about making sure that anything we do as far as repairs and any way that we could improve and get ADA compliant into those facilities, we're doing. The older ones is going to take more of a piece approach.
Yeah.
I work closely with Mr. Henley
Yes.
to as far as guidance, as far as what's needed, as far as what we supposed to be doing. So, but it's going to take some time, especially with the older ones. The new ones, it's simple because it has to be written into.
I know
into
the
drawings.
department, the agency was working on some mats or something as it pertains to the beaches.
We have mats on some of the beaches, mostly Megan's Bay and
Cookie Boy.
no Smith Bay Park.
Okay.
Yeah, but we Limburg requires some construction. A ramp has to be built in order for those mats to work. So it's not just like putting on a mat. It's still access to the mat is needed.
All right, let's keep that in mind, ADA compliance and making the facilities senior friendly as well.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Mr. Acting President and Vice Chair, do you have a point of information?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I wanted to ask quickly about the department's interaction with the Government Health Insurance Board and the wellness programs. Are you still coordinating with them?
Yeah, we coordinate through Division of Personnel. So we're involved as far as the battle of the agency, coordinating the games and also the event on both islands.
And quickly, what will be like the percentage of employees in your department that makes less than 35,000?
That's a very good question.
Okay, so get that for us by the end of the day, please. I'm sure you could get that for us through your HR person. Okay. And with the short time, I also neglected to remind you that we still need to set that date and time when you're back on St. Croix for us to visit the Mombiju Park site. I continue to get a lot of calls from that area. The folks who were maintaining that property as a neighborhood, a lot of them now are elders and just physically unable to upkeep the park. So we need to take a visit there and to visit the other neighborhood parks that we spoke about. And the secretary just covered the one with the beach access. So we'll talk about that once we could set that date and time so that we could visit these sites on St. Croix, please. Can I get a commitment for you to be on St. Croix at least within the next 2 weeks for us to do this?
I can't give you 2 weeks, but I could give you 3 in the next 3 weeks.
Okay, I'll take the 3.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And thank you so much, Mr. Acting President and Vice Chair. Now, Madam Clerk, please place 5 minutes on the clock for me. I wanted to go back to our conversations that we had. It was very informal on July 2nd. Acting Commissioner. We talked about getting, of course, and looking at getting the Sport Commission reactivated. And there are a number of entities that are vital and part of the Sport Commission, to include, I believe, the Olympic Committee.
Correct.
How do you see that your role as far as getting the sport commission activated and merging and working with all of these types of sporting activity that we have correlates and is joined to sport tourism?
So, in doing some research and kind of getting up to speed as far as the Sports Commission is concerned, I think one of the biggest issues that I have discovered is the number of members on the commission, which makes it very difficult to normally get things accomplished because it's people from our walks of life. Scheduling is always an issue. Everybody has their own personal agenda for their particular sport or area. But in speaking to who is now the chair, Mr. Leon Hunt, most of the work has been done as far as the initial document. It's now time to. We have a change in memberships as far as positions. Who's now in charge of the VIOC. But the first thing I want to do is just have a meeting, a general meeting with all the members of the Sports Commission, see where we are, what's everybody's mental as far as what they're thinking, as far as how we need to proceed, and kind of. I realize that somebody has to keep pushing. Somebody has to stay on top of it. Somebody has to be that nagging or harassing person, where things is not going to get done. But the importance of the Sports Commission to the entire community, the entire Virgin Islands, as far as sports is concerned, it needs to be operating, it needs to be functioning. The system needs to get put in place so that we don't have a fall off from team to team. We may have a good team this year, and then next year they want to know like if they ever played ball before. So I think it's important for the system. It's important to a small community where we have so many people that want to do their own thing and kind of bringing everything together, because there's strength in numbers. And if we have 6 and 7 basketball federations and everybody doing their own thing, you only have a handful of good basketball players. So it's dragging and pulling of athletes and making them have to choose which way to go, who to play for. I think the system needs to be put in place, and the Sports Commission is in charge of putting the system in place.
Okay. That being said, how many members you currently have on the Sports Commission?
That is the reason I need to have the meeting, because I'm not even sure. I think since the last meeting, they have folks that, based on the law, don't hold those positions anymore.
So how many, did you research and find out how many persons supposed
1 minute.
to be on the commission itself?
I think it's...
Is it 7?
It's 9, I
9?
believe. Yeah.
And is it your thoughts that we need to make it a little smaller?
Yes.
About 5 persons?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We need to have at least 5?
Initially, it needs to be smaller so that the groundwork could get put in place.
Okay. So we'll take that into consideration, and I'm sure if I don't enter it, one of our other senators are going to enter it so it could be smaller,
30
because
seconds.
sometimes the smaller things are how in smaller group things happen, and you don't want to have all of these people and you can't get a quorum to move things forward. So I will take that into consideration as well as my colleagues to look at and review the Sport Commission and its governance as far as how many members. I wanted to ask you also, Commissioner. Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. And I'll wrap up. I would wrap up. Where do you see this department going in the next, I know you're only here for this short term, but where would you want this department to go in, say, 5 years? And what and laying the groundwork for that to happen. Where would you like this department to go? And I will close on that.
So I think this department is often overlooked in the grand scheme of things, but I think the importance of the department, especially when it comes to health and wellness, social skills of our young people, we play a major and a vital part. We have the kids for the summer, our summer camps. We basically, our rec staff is basically their teachers, you know. So I think, and I said it before, and I'm going to say it again on the record, I think it's time to put some respect on the name of the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation.
And I would also ask you to respect the chambers. You know, respect is a two-way street. That's why I said we need to respect this nomination, and it's in its own block, because it plays a vital role to all of us here in the Virgin Islands. Continue, Commissioner. I am so sorry.
Yeah.
I just had to make sure I did some crowd control.
So for me, it's I think, and I get it. I get that there's a lot more important things than sports, park, and recreation. But I think we solve a lot of issues that other departments have. We talk about crime. I think Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation plays a major part in crime. You know, and making sure that our young people stay on the straight and narrow path. But I think sometimes we're so busy bandaging things instead of being proactive and preventing it. I think if we look at things more from a proactive measure instead of bandaging and putting a Band-Aid on something, we would save a lot more money that can be invested into Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation.
I agree. So thank you so much, Acting Commissioner Nominee.
Point of information.
We have a motion.
No, point of information.
There's a motion, but I would allow you, Senator Gittins. There is a motion. There's a motion on the floor.
Go ahead with the motion that prevails.
Thank you so kindly for recognizing that and appreciating that, Mr. Acting President. A motion, Acting Commissioner, Acting Secretary, Mr. Secretary, let me get this thing out. Mr. Secretary Avery L. Lewis, you are recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I move that the Committee on Rules and Judiciary forward the nomination of Mr. Vincent Roberts, Governor's nominee for Commissioner of the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation, to the full body of the Legislature with a favorable recommendation for further consideration and vetting. I so move.
Second.
A motion has been properly made, to move the Governor's nominee for Commissioner of the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation, Mr. Vincent Roberts, from the Committee on Rules and Judiciary to the full legislative body for further consideration and action. Motion, a roll call rather, on the motion.
Senator Angel.
Properly moved by who and seconded by who?
Thank you so much, Mr. Acting Chairman. Has been properly moved, Acting President. Has been properly moved by Senator Avery L. Lewis and seconded by Senators Bolquez, Heiliger, and Joseph. Roll call on the motion as stated.
Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Yay. Senator Bolquez Jr. Yay.
Now let me get
Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger. Yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Carla J. Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr.
Yes.
Senator Joseph Sr., yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis.
Yes.
Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens.
Yes.
Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The nomination of Ms. Acting Commissioner Vincent Roberts to be Commissioner of the Department and Sports, Park and Recreation has been favorably approved in this body and will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration and action. At this time, we will allow, Mr. Acting President, Vice Chair, do you still have your point of information you wanted to present?
Yes.
You are recognized.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Roberts, I'll be remiss if I didn't mention, and not any fault of yours, because as you've heard before, that the sentiments coming from many of the employees as well, to include those in the Island District of St. Croix, is in support of your nomination. But I say that to say that I am going to hold you firmly to a commitment to have movement in the District of St. Croix as well. Far too many times we're seeing a number of projects just moving ahead in one district and not the other. And on St. Croix, while I'm satisfied that or I was excited, I should say, that the Frederickstead Pool is now reopened, the Renhall Jackson Park is now reopened. My disappointment still remains within a critical area of these facilities, which are the restrooms. So I'm asking that all the other projects, as they move forward, I'm asking you to continue having a hands-on approach on this, where you and your assistant commissioner are boots on the ground and seeing exactly what's taking place, because the bathroom condition at these 2 facilities that I spoke of on St. Croix, and also I'm hearing at the Kramer's Park as well, are not satisfactory. So I'm asking you to kindly look into the plumbing issues at those facilities, please. That's Kramer's Park, the Frederickstead Vincent Mason Pool, and the Renhall Jackson Complex in Wim. All right?
Noted.
Thank you.
you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Acting President and Vice Chair. I've been inhaling some mango this morning, so I think that get me a little bit discombobulated because I really want to eat it. So I want to also mention to you, Commissioner, Acting Commissioner, I'm saying Commissioner because I'm going to speak it into existence. We have encountered, I don't know any other senators, but I personally encountered this from a lot of the commissioners. We would be calling them, and we're calling them for our own self. We are servants and we need things done. We have constituents who are calling us and they need to find out the status. Do not become, as is common with the commissioners and other executive members, to be unresponsive and ghost us, okay, and ghost your people. You are just like on a higher level though, but you are a public servant. It's hardworking taxpayers' money that pays you, and you are placed in this position for this season and this time to do this work. One of the things that really bothers me unceasingly is when you don't get a response, unresponsive. So I know you're not going to be like that. You're a good Moravian. So just like me and Senator Gittins and Senator Joseph from the Big Island. And so we know about serving people, and we know about being friendly and communicating, and you're a man of God, so keep that with you, and that is part of your shield. I will now allow you 60 seconds.
I don't need 60.
I know you don't. You're a man of few words, but plenty action, to make your closing remarks.
All right, thank you. Again, I just want to thank the committee for their trust in me and getting the job done. Again, to my village and the staff of DSPR for their support. They've always been behind on me. They've always supported me. Like my family will say, when I'm wrong, I'm right, and when I'm right, I'm double right. So I've come from support. I've always been supported. The community have always supported me. So ghosting them is not something I will do. There's a reason I take the position or even accepted the nomination is to assist. Like you said, it might be a year and a half, but for a year and a half, I'm going to push territory-wide to include St. John and St. Croix. Outside of that, thank you guys for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Acting Commissioner, for those words of commitment. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary will stand in recess for 5 minutes. And we are back on the record. Madam Clerk, kindly proceed with reading the next item on today's agenda into the record.
Block 2, Mr. Erwin Raphael, Governor's Nominee, University of the Virgin Islands, Research and Technology Park Board.
And thank you so much for that. Mr. Raphael, Erwin Raphael.
Morning, thank you.
Good morning. At this time, we're going to ask you to please rise and raise your right hand and repeat this oath after me. Do you solemnly affirm, under penalty of perjury, that the testimony you will give to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Thank you so kindly, and kindly be seated. Please be sure to state your name every time that you're going to be responding to questions. Just telling you before you begin reading your testimony into the record. Kindly proceed with reading your testimony into the record, Mr. Raphael.
Good morning, or good afternoon. My name is Erwin Raphael, and I am honored for the opportunity here today. Dear Madam Chairwoman, Mr. Vice Chair, and the esteemed members of the Committee of Rules and the Judiciary of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. My prepared testimony today is quite short, allowing more time to answer your detailed questions. It is with heartfelt humility and a profound sense of purpose that I submit this testimony in support of my nomination to the Board of Directors of the University of the Virgin Islands Research and Technology Park, or the RT Park. I'm grateful for your consideration and the opportunity to serve my home in a way that honors both my roots and my life's work. I am a proud son of the soil, a product of the Virgin Islands education system. My journey began in St. Croix at the Head Start program in Eulalie Rivera Elementary School in Grove Place, and continued through both public and private schools, including Charles H. Emmanuel School, Good Hope School, Central High School, and St. Dunstan's Episcopal, where I graduated in 1984. These early experiences shaped the values that continue to guide my life and my career: service, excellence, and a commitment to community. I'm a veteran of the United States Army, where I learned to lead under pressure, serve with integrity, and embrace the idea that real leadership is about inspiring and lifting others. Today, I'm fortunate enough to serve as the Global Vice President for Revenue at Lucid Motors, a pioneering technology and electric vehicle company at the forefront of sustainability and innovation. My career has included senior executive roles with Toyota, Stellantis, Hyundai, Genesis Motor America, and Amazon, where I help build global businesses, lead high-performing, mission-aligned teams, and most importantly, deliver results. Over the years, I've had the opportunity to travel extensively to more than 60 visits to Asia alone, and dozens to Europe, Central America, throughout the Caribbean, and all but 3 of the 50 states. I observed how bold strategic investments can transform communities even within a single generation. I know the same potential lives within our Virgin Islands. On my most recent visit home to St. Croix just 6 weeks ago, I had the privilege of witnessing one of RT Park's STEM education programs in action. What I saw, young Virgin Islanders engaging in technology and possibility, filled me with pride and conviction. We have the raw talent. We have the determination and the cultural infrastructure to become a research and technology hub for the Caribbean and beyond. If confirmed, I will focus on clarifying and strengthening RT Park's brand so its mission is widely understood across the territory and beyond. Attracting values-aligned businesses that can thrive in and contribute to our unique ecosystem. Launching a local incubator to help Virgin Islands entrepreneurs develop scale and export their own innovations. And ensuring our people remain at the center of this growth as creators, as leaders, and as direct beneficiaries. Long-term, I envision the RT Park becoming a magnet for opportunity, a platform for inclusive prosperity, and a global model for sustainable, innovation-driven development. I'll also work to deepen the partnership between the RT Park and the University of the Virgin Islands, expanding pathways from education to employment, and from potential to purpose. I previously served on boards such as UCLA Health Systems, Westport Fuel Systems, Dignify Holding, and Connected Television Group. I was honored to be appointed a U.S. Army Reserve Ambassador by the Commander of the U.S. Army Reserves. Today, I proudly serve on the Ohio State University College of Arts and Sciences Dean's Advisory Board and as chair of the Lantern Network. That's a nonprofit I co-founded to empower underrepresented and underestimated youth through mentorship and career development. This work is not only about leadership, it's about legacy. It's about building something that outlives us and uplifts others. The Virgin Islands is on the cusp of something extraordinary, and I'm ready to offer everything I have, my experience, my insight, my connections, and my passion to help accelerate this transformation. I believe in our people. I believe in our potential and our future. And if you're given the privilege to serve, I will work tirelessly to ensure that the promise of the RT Park is realized for generations to come. Thank you for your time, your trust, and your consideration. I look forward to any questions you have.
And thank you so much, Mr. Raphael, for your succinct but powerful testimony outlining your work experience that you're bringing to the RT Park and including your vision. I really am impressed. I was impressed with our conversation in our initial interview. I really want to also thank you for saying yes to the Honorable Albert Bryan Jr. to become a member of this very critical component revenue generating entity in the Virgin Islands. We don't have to appropriate monies to the RT Park. In fact, the RT Park is a vital component in the sustainability of the only college and university and of higher education here in the Virgin Islands. So you're going to be confirmed. I'm going to say it again and speak it into existence based on what we have before us. And that being said, colleagues, we will proceed with one 3-minute round of questioning. We will begin with our esteemed Secretary, Mr. Secretary Avriel Lewis. You are recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to nominee Mr. Raphael. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Great, and good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. You know, it's like I chuckle because the first nominee, when I hold up my head, the room was filled. I was going to say to Mr. Raphael, I think you should tell some of them, wait, don't go just yet. But you have one, and that's a powerful one. And say good afternoon to former Commissioner Neri Michael. Good afternoon, ma'am. Mr. Raphael, you know, let me tell you something. You know, when I was running for the Senate, I used to say things like, well, if I'm elected and you know, the good senator in St. Croix, the vice chair would say, no, we're going to speak it into existence. So on the very first page of your testimony, to the very bottom, you said, if come for. Let me thief a word from him. You want to rephrase that?
I would love to rephrase that to when I'm confirmed. Thank you.
Action. Now we're talking. In the second part of your testimony, second page, you had some powerful words that you said. The Virgin Islands is on the cusp of something extraordinary, and I believe in that. And you are ready to offer everything you have. You know, you're really ready to commit. And I want to thank you for accepting the challenge as well. You want to give your experience, your insight, your connections, and your passion to help accelerate this transformation. And it is indeed a transformation. It is a mountainous task.
1 minute.
And I'm glad that you believe in our people, and our potential, and our future. But I have one question for you this good afternoon. And I'm going to say this here. How will you ensure that the benefits of the RT Parks programs and partnerships reach not only the large firms, but also local entrepreneurs, small businesses, and underdeserved community across the Virgin Islands?
30 seconds.
Thank you so much for that very important question and for reminding me that I was remiss in not acknowledging that my education actually started with the lady in the back of the room, who happens to be my aunt.
That's right.
That's my mother's sister. So I am very, thank you for that.
Yes.
But to your question, the RT Park is here to serve the people. I am interested in coming back home. I am only a few years away from retirement, and that is to serve the people. Of course, we need to attract other businesses and help them grow, but we have to always keep the people in mind. That's what this is about. It's about us. It's about the future generations. That's why when I visited a few weeks ago, I didn't spend time talking to big firms. I wanted to see the children. I wanted to see the next generation because that is, in fact, the future. And so the RT Park can do things like host fairs, science fairs, things like hackathons, STEM programs, getting the next generation, but not only through formal education, but through entrepreneurship as well, because that is the future. How we can take the bright minds of the Virgin Islanders and turn that into something actionable that will reward not only themselves, but others.
Madam Chair, if you may just allow me. And Mr. Raphael, I'm really glad to hear you say that, because it brings warmth to my heart to hear that you see that there's a need for a balance. While we're looking out for the big corporations, we must have that local entrepreneurship. We must teach our children not only to count other people's dollars, but to count their own dollars and make it for them, to sustain life for them and their families. So I'm glad to hear you on that path. And that's it for me, and I wish you much success. And at the appropriate time, I'll be voting in the affirmative for you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary, for your line of questioning. Mr. Raphael, I listened keenly to your response, and I want to ask you, in your research and going around talking to the young people and the like, what do you see as one, just state one, prevailing obstacle that we have to overcome in shaping and nurturing our younger generation?
I'm glad you asked that question because for me, it became very obvious in my career as I assess opportunity. I often first survey the land, the landscape. And what I see is an opportunity to build the confidence and the belief in ourselves. And that is something that we have to be, and the next generation has to be able to see themselves being successful. But it's not enough just to see yourself. You have to drive and develop the capacity to participate in the future so that you are there. And it is upon us, incumbent on us, to help create that, including the education system from elementary school through UVI and public-private partnerships with UVI, RT Park, and private industry. We have to see it to believe it, and so does the next generation.
Excellent response. At this time, the chair would recognize at-large Senator Angel Boquez Jr. for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. Good afternoon, Central staff. And good afternoon to you, Mr. Erwin Raphael. And thank you for your commitment and thank you for your service. Fulfilling the statutory mandate of promoting economic development and innovation in the Virgin Islands is a primary role of the board members associated with the RT Park. You have worked in different areas of leadership roles from global corporations such as Hyundai, Amazon, Lucid Motors. You've also mentioned that you would propose attracting values-aligned businesses. What specific industries or sectors are you talking about or do you believe are most compatible with the RT Park's goals and the Virgin Islands' economic needs?
That's a great question, Mr. Senator. One, I think energy and climate intelligence. There are lots of opportunities. We are strategically placed to have receptor sites for satellite systems collecting climate data for the entire Gulf and the Caribbean region. We have an abundance of sunshine that we need to harvest for energy perspective. And I also am quite interested in fintech. Why do I say fintech? Fintech because we have to create unique, curated financial services to support our people.
1 minute.
From a housing perspective, but also from developing their own businesses. So if we are restricted and don't have access to the financial resources required to fuel growth, we won't get there. So those are just a few. I love things like hydroponics. There's a tremendous amount of opportunity with hydroponics. To be frank, I don't know that people are really interested in the old-fashioned farming like it used to be for vegetables and that type of thing. But hydroponics, you can use the third dimension. You can go up. And you can do it with consistency and efficiency and create all the local vegetables that we need so we can have healthy, organic vegetables that will make us healthy. And I believe that health, quite frankly, is the primary infrastructure for development. Without health, we can't develop.
Time.
Totally agree with you on all of the recommendations that you put forward, especially fintech is a very valuable way for our people to be able to access financial wealth and opportunities. And of course, energy. Matter of fact, we had the director before us a few weeks ago, and we got into a very candid discussion surrounding blockchain, but blockchain cannot exist without energy, as you mentioned. So one last tidbit, Madam Chair, if I may.
Thank you for asking. You may proceed, Senator Bolkes, with your wrap-up.
Much appreciated, and thank you, Madam Chair. One thing I wanted to suggest to you is when you are deliberating as a board member and you come up with different initiatives and services and programs for our economic development, I want you to please try your best to make it equitable across the territory. We have a discussion where it's mostly St. Thomas and St. Croix, and we sort of leave St. John out. So when you'll see the data, you'll see that the children on St. John are very, very interested in what you all have been doing. The numbers show that, and we want to continue those efforts, but please make sure that St. John is also in that discussion. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
And
Thank you. I just also wanted to let you know that my intention is to go to St. John today, this afternoon, because I am really interested in understanding the opportunity there and meeting people. So I will be on a boat, on a ferry to St. John even this afternoon, and we'll continue.
Thank you so much, Mr. Raphael. At this time, the chair would also like to recognize the presence of the chairman for the Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance, the Honorable Novell E. Francis, Jr. Thank you, Senator Francis, for joining us today in our deliberation. At this time, the next senator who will be recognized for your 3 minutes is Senator Clifford A. Joseph, Sr. Kindly proceed, Senator Joseph, Sr.
Raphael, nominee. I like the fact that you travel nearly, I'll say the world. I'll quickly ask which 3 states you didn't visit, and then I'll start asking my questions.
I have not visited Montana. I have not visited North Dakota, and for some strange reason, I have not visited New Mexico.
Good enough. And thank you for making the time to be here and accepting this nomination as well. What key areas of technology or research do you believe the park should prioritize in the next 5 to 10 years?
Great question. I really think housing itself is quite broad, but there are lots of opportunities around housing and the financial opportunities to allow people to own properties, to be able to get financing for their properties. I like fintech. I also mentioned that for that process. Health and wellness. More and more often, people can have, what do they call it? Online, you can visit online doctor. So you could telemedicine, thank you so much. And there's no reason why we couldn't develop amazing telemedicine opportunities here that can not only be used for the older population who might not be able to get up and go to visit a doctor, but can literally be exported. There's no reason why a doctor on St. Thomas or St. Croix or St. John couldn't visit or address patients in Virginia. There's no reason whatsoever. And I also talked about the agriculture with the hydroponics. So I would really prioritize health and housing first, because it is my belief that health, again, is the number one infrastructure. Without health, none of us can do what we need to do. And without housing, people don't have the dignity
1 minute
to create their thoughts and to engage properly. I would prioritize health and housing first, But beyond that, I just see literally unlimited opportunity.
Okay, as a board member, what is the most important role of a board member in the research and technology part?
For me, the most important role of a board member is
30
giving
seconds.
guidance to the executive team, the management team, but also opening their eyes to possibilities, making introduction, and giving us credibility as we approach local entrepreneurs as well as other businesses that are looking at relocating here.
Okay, and last question I have for you is, how should the park measure communicate its impact on the local economy and jobs creation?
That's actually a really good question that I have been thinking about, and I don't know that there is a simple answer. First, as I spoke to people as recently as on a plane coming down, these were Virgin Islanders who live here and have lived here forever. They have no idea that the park existed. Literally no idea. So I think one is there's awareness and literally measuring people's awareness. Businesses as well. We can measure by engaging or providing opportunities. For example, I'll give you an example. If we had every RT Park related business in a position where they had to contribute or were encouraged to contribute towards some sort of a fund, let's say a housing fund to help create housing solutions, you can literally measure the size of that fund, which itself can then be redeployed, much like a fund that I was a part of starting at Ohio State called the Carmen Fund, where they now have $100 million in a fund to support research and development. So there are ways to engage the member companies of the RT Park to get them focused on the things we need, but you can actually literally measure growth just like you measure money.
Thank you for your response. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
And thank you so kindly for those very pointed questions, Senator Joseph. At this time, the chair will recognize Acting President and Vice Chair of this committee, Kenneth L. Gittins, for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, ma'am, and pleasant, what is it, morning, afternoon? Pleasant good afternoon to all. Mr. Raphael, how are you today?
I'm doing well, thank you so much.
And thank you for your willingness to serve in this capacity in which you were nominated for, to serve on the UVI Research and Technology Park Board. I was looking at your questionnaire earlier. It refers to attracting more eco-conscious industries. What kind of business do you have in mind as you discuss that?
That is such a huge pool of opportunities. I'll start with, we have a lot of tourism here. I don't see any reason why we couldn't have eco-tourism. There are people who want to travel to experience what we often ignore because we're so used to it. So this is amazing to them.
Such as though?
Such as hotels, for example, that are set up and configured so you are actually immersed in nature, where we are actually producing local foods through hydroponics, for example. They can learn about herbal medicines. And then there is, to go along with that, the medical field. I lived in Southern California, not far from Laguna Beach, in a place called Dana Point, and there were
1 minute.
facilities where people would come in for rehab, and it was just gorgeous. And I used to say to myself, no wonder they feel better when they lived here. If I was there for 6 weeks, I'd feel pretty good too. Well, we have a place here that's even better than that. So I think that's the rehab center business. I think is a good opportunity as well.
So I love that, but I'd love to see us move that talk into some action, especially with the hotels emerging in
30
nature.
seconds.
You talk about foods, and we definitely have to get our healthcare system in much better shape if we want to move in this direction that you're talking about on that large scale. Now, something else that I have oftentimes asked nominees when I see them come to serve on these boards and commissions and seeing how busy they are elsewhere. I see that you serve as chair. May I continue, Madam Chair?
You may proceed, Senator.
I see, thank you. I see that you serve as board chair on the Lantern Network since 2020 to present.
That is correct, sir.
And that's where?
That is headquartered in Nashville, Tennessee. That's where I live.
Tennessee. And I see that you're the Executive Dean's Advisory Board Chair as well at the Ohio State University.
I previously was
2014 to
chair.
present.
I previously was chair. I stepped down from the chairmanship so I can just serve on the board, so I can have the time that I need to focus on the things that are a bigger priority for me. This appointment is a bigger priority for me.
So you're telling me you stepped down as chair of this board to serve on this committee, to be able to serve on this committee?
I stepped down from the board so that I would have time to focus on the things that are a higher priority for me, and I sought this board out myself so that I can serve here.
Okay. So when did you step down as board chair there?
Within the last 9 months.
Okay. And you think you'll have the time to devote to the responsibilities here at the UVA Tech Park?
Mr. Senator, this is very important to me. I will make the time.
Great to hear. And lastly, how you think we could get more Virgin Islands involved in the RT Park program, and how do you envision strengthening the partnership between the RT Park and the University of the Virgin Islands to create more direct pathways for students to find employment?
I'll take the questions in sequential order. First of all, I think we have to consider Virgin Islanders who are currently in the Virgin Islands as well as those who are abroad. We have suffered from a tremendous brain drain. I was a part of it, but I can call out other Virgin Islanders who are in amazing positions away from home, who really want to and can come back and contribute. And so I see us having symposiums where they can actually come back and share and develop other interests here. With the university, that is such a natural synergy in that everything that I believe we need to do, we should partner with the university in the form of a public-private partnership. We spoke about education, but the university can support even with agriculture. Like I talk about hydroponics, for example. In fact, the very first place I ever heard of hydroponics was at the University of the Virgin Islands, maybe in the 1980s. So it's amazing to me that we haven't already made more progress. So this is not new for us, and the partnership with the university, STEM at the university, participating and supporting helping develop technologies, because we have to have people who grow up here, who go to university, want to stay here because the opportunities are here and they're growing. So we talked about things like housing. One idea I have is, for example, how can we put together a fund where if you graduate from the University of Virgin Islands and you would like to stay here and work, maybe there's some form of down payment support or additional down payment support. We need to keep the people here, and we need to attract the Virgin Islanders who left. And I'm guilty. I left. But I'm really glad that I left because I learned so much that I'm prepared to come back now.
Thank you so much. July 22nd, 2025, 1 year from today, I'll ask you just how many Virgin Islanders you were successful in getting in touch with and getting them back here to do those symposiums that you're referring to. Thank you for your willingness again to serve, and I am looking forward to supporting your nomination. Best wishes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I look forward to your question next year.
Thank you so much, Mr. Acting President, for your very pointed questions as well. I want to ask you a question, Mr. Raphael, because his questions, the previous speaker question, had me thinking about what you and your response regarding housing. You said housing and health. We do have a housing crisis. We have not only a housing crisis, we had last year, the governor had declared a state of emergency for energy. RT Park technology in itself is driven by a large part with energy. How do you see your skills? And I'm looking at a lot bigger picture with your background. Can you use that to perhaps also provide and use the RT Park, should you, but you will, be successfully nominated to this board to help us with addressing some of these crises that we're having here in the Virgin Islands: housing, health, energy.
Thank you very much. I think there's a bit of an elephant in the room as well when it comes to development here, and I will speak it because it's been a challenge, well, ever since I've been alive, and that has been stability at WAPA. And we have to work together to figure out how we address that issue, whether it's directly as we know it now or developing or using alternative fuel systems such as solar or wind or marine to pull that together. And I see the RT Park playing a role in attracting the technology, but also the businesses that can help shore up that infrastructure, because it is that physical infrastructure. Previously, I mentioned health and housing, but when we get to the physical infrastructure, you have to have electricity. You have to have data systems, so fiber optics to help us with stable Wi-Fi services. Those are some basic needs that businesses coming in will require. So one swim lane should be shoring up those forms of infrastructure. The second then becomes, the selling is easy. When I tell people I'm going to the Virgin Islands, I don't get any sympathy. They're like, yeah, of course you're going to the Virgin Islands again. Everybody wants to come here. We just don't realize that everybody really wants to come here. And the people who don't want to come, they just don't know that they want to come. So it's our job to tell the story. So I think we also have to get out there and be a part of telling the story, not from a tourism perspective, but from an economics, from a business perspective. We need to do a better job of marketing the Virgin Islands and what we have to offer.
And I agree with you totally. However, when I have had conversations with members of our business community, as well as I go off island, Mr. Raphael, I'm so embarrassed sometimes because persons do know about the Virgin Islands and they say, lucky you. But then they the issues with the Water and Power Authority, our unaffordable is really high, as well as is inconsistent. And I think that is one of the barriers that we have to work, as you say, truly and genuinely together and be intentional. Just like you're intentional here. You represented that you sought to be on this board intentionally. And so that you are also intentional, because you sought to be on this board, you are also intentional on resigning from your other obligations so that you can be in this board. Today you were even intentional of being mindful of the scheduling date. You could have done it from St. Croix because you were raised and in St. Croix, educated in St. Croix, but you were intentional to be here because it was important. So we have to work really together, as you stated, to be intentional, to see things happen, to see this economic growth, and to work together to achieve this. At this time, I would like to recognize Senator Alma Francis Heiliger for her 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the people of the territory. Good afternoon to the nominee testifier. Good afternoon to my colleagues and staff. Mr. Raphael, how are you today?
I'm doing very well. Thank you so much.
I was here sitting down smiling from ear to ear when I was listening to you talking about how you specifically executed what you needed to do. Sought out this board because you need to be on this board. And I love when people have a passion for what they want to do. And I was excited. I perked up when you were talking about that. But I want to dive into my questions. My first question has to do with, I know when we were talking earlier, we talked about how you spoke about how, you heard about hydroponics from back in the 80s and we're not really progressing. We touched a little bit on, people don't really know about the RT Park at times. Living here in the Virgin Islands, I don't even think sometimes our local Virgin Islanders know much about the RT Park. What do you think, as a board member, we need to do to help change that narrative? Because there's a lot of talented Virgin Islanders that could benefit from the RT Park. Imagine, we're talking a lot about people coming in, but there are people right here that have talent, that have ideas, ingenuity, could do so much. And sometimes we could thrive from within. And when our own people don't even know some of these things exist, what do you think needs to be done to help change that narrative?
Thank you, Ms. Senator.
1 minute.
You're absolutely correct. And by the way, the people I spoke to on the plane were actually living here. They were coming back home and didn't know. So you're absolutely correct. And that is a problem of awareness. We have to build an awareness campaign. We have to do it directly by getting out and marketing ourselves, but we also have to do it indirectly, something I called engineered media. We have to get our story woven into the stories of people's lives so they understand why we're here and how we can help them. That's something, that's a science and an art. And to be clear, I speak not from theory, but this is what I've done over and over. Companies like, if you ever heard of Genesis, the car company, when that company started, there was one employee, it was me. I started that company, and nobody knew about it. We had to get the word out there. So in terms of sponsoring sporting events, I just had the privilege of sitting into the hearing for what I hope will be the next director of sports, parks, and recreation. And I think that some sponsorships of some sporting events, for example, would be a great way to get the word out. There are other things, the airport. Everybody who comes into the airports, well, they need to know while they're waiting on their baggage. I think they need to know about the RT Park and why we're here and how we can help them and why this is a great place for their business. And also when you come back home, that this is a great place to help you incubate your own business ideas and put them on the map.
Exactly. I love that. Could I just ask my final question, ma'am?
You may proceed.
And this was around one of my questions, incubators. And I just have this idea of the RT Park creating almost like a mini incubator location where you could almost mentor entrepreneurs, young entrepreneurs, where even if it's blocked out like a 12-month, they come in, you educate them on setting up, learning about, and then they gradually move out so the next set could come in. And I had this vision in my head so long because I could see how it could really help our young people, help our individuals that some people just don't know what to do. Some people, you talked about the previous individual who was here, Mr. Roberts, and how he spoke about wanting to advance the website at Sports Parks and Rec. RT Park, technology, what if you had and you helped nurture businesses right here? We wouldn't have to be spending a lot of times the millions of dollars we spend outside for people to build websites when we have people right here, you know, artificial intelligence, all of these things are here now, and we could really build from within and not only just see the Virgin Islands as just, hey, y'all have a RT Park, but stop and think. The resources are the people as well. So tell me what your thoughts about how really tapping into helping young people, helping entrepreneurs to really utilize this park. And that's my final question.
And I think that's a great question. I agree with everything you just said, by the way. And I think that getting out there and getting young people, but not only young people. I'm particularly interested in the young people because of the leverage we have with time in their lives. But there are mature adults who are starting businesses at the Lantern Network, which is a nonprofit that I also co-founded and continue to chair and will for the rest of my life. We put together entrepreneurship sessions. We had one in Detroit. 30 young entrepreneurs, all of them have taken off. We're batting 1,000. So you have to get people out there to show them the way, pair them up with mentors, help open doors, and help facilitate their entree into wherever their spirit leads them. Our people are creative, we're innovative, we work hard, and we believe in ourselves. And those are really the accoutrements required for success. We have it.
Definitely. Thank you. I appreciate the response, and thank you, Madam Chair, for the additional time.
You're welcome. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., for your 3 minutes. Senator Francis, kindly proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to you, good afternoon to my colleagues, and good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Of course, I'm not a member of this committee, but I was sitting in my office in a previous meeting as you had the nominee before us for Sports Park and Recreation, and I had missed an opportunity to interview him or have a discussion with him. However, I continued to listen in, and obviously I didn't want to miss this opportunity with Mr. Erwin Raphael, because certainly I believe that his engagement is very worthwhile. I want to say that I was instrumental in the legislation that allow for individuals that serve in the diaspora to be able to serve on boards where the governor is given the authority by the legislature to be able to appoint 2 individuals from outside of the territory to serve on boards and commission, and for just doing exactly what we're doing here today. So I want to welcome you, Mr. Raphael, and thank you for your willingness to serve on this board. How are you doing today?
I'm doing very well, thank you, and I want to thank you for your leadership in creating that opportunity, because without that, as much as I wanted to, I would not have been able to be here today participating, because if I didn't live here, it would not have been possible for me to be in this position. So I want to thank you personally and the others who saw that vision. It begins with vision, and I want to thank you for your leadership.
Very well. You're welcome. And you're the brother of Sam Raphael?
I am.
All right. So I think I had previous conversation with you as I was exploring the South Shore Enterprise Zone and had some discussion with you in respect to the possibility of bringing Amazon to the Virgin Islands. Do you remember that conversation?
I absolutely do.
1 minute.
And it was a time, I think you were on a radio show with Mr. Neville James at the time, and we were just really talking and I guess dialoguing about things that you were doing out in the diaspora and the things that you were involved in at that time. Do you remember that?
I absolutely do. Thank you.
Right. So it seems to me that based on all that discussion, because that might have been several years ago, you're very strategic, deliberate, and
30
diligent
seconds.
in your pursuit to actually serve on this particular board. Before my time ran out, because you said a lot of things that I thought was very important. Besides the RT board, we do have the Opportunity Zone as well as the South Shore Enterprise Zone there. I just wanted to kind of pick your brains in terms of those opportunities. You spoke about hydroponics. That certainly is something that could be established within the South Shore Enterprise Zone. But I just wanted to kind of just pick your brains in some of those opportunities that you see that would be a
Time.
benefit, not just for the art, but those other offerings that we offer here in the Virgin Islands as well.
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. I think you're absolutely right. I think what we have to do is look for opportunities to collaborate. It's so easy in these roles to look at just our one vertical pillar and focus on the RT Park or focus on the South Shore Economic Zone or focus on. We have to look together to see, well, if we're developing the South Shore Economic Zone, how can RT Park actually help with that? How can RT Park help companies that might come there develop and thrive? How can we help local businesses who want to, one, participate in literally the building of the physical property, as well as locating their businesses there? So I'm looking forward to opportunities for business and corporate and organizational collaboration and strategic partnerships, because we have to realize we have one customer, and that is the people of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you very much for your response. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time. Again, I'm not a member of this committee, but I certainly will be voting in the affirmative during the full session. And I want to say in wrapping up is that we had the Economic Development Authority before us yesterday, and they talk about over $270 million is poured into this Virgin Islands coffers as a result of the EDC companies. The RT Park also contributes, and I'm sure that there are other offerings that continue to contribute to the treasury of the Virgin Islands. So as the chair of the Budget Appropriations and Finance Committee, I'm very interested in continue to fostering that relationship that have been developed here, and I look forward to you serving in the Virgin Islands. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you.
And thank you so much. Mr. Secretary Avery L. Lewis, you're recognized for your point of information. Media, kindly recognize the Secretary's mic.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and again, good afternoon. Mr. Raphael, with the recent news with this current administration, the Trump administration, and with all the tariffs and the tariff wars that's going on, and trying to bring businesses from abroad to America and so forth, do you see where I served an EDA board one time, and we had a company here that was making socket boards. What the particular board was for, I really can't say, but I know they were building these boards here in the Virgin Islands and sending it abroad to be installed in whatever vehicle it was or whatever the case may be. Do you see something like that being, now that we're trying to, the administration feels that it's good to bring home American businesses abroad, do you see where we could fit in that grand scheme of things, or you ever thought about it?
I have not thought about that in particular, but the concept is manufacturing, high-tech manufacturing. That's how I would basket. I would put that into that basket. I told you previously I currently am vice president at Lucid, and I also happen to serve as a chief revenue officer. And we are very actively, because it's a publicly traded company, I'm limited as to what I can say, but we are very actively looking for alternatives to our current sourcing and our current operations. And I know for a fact that we're not alone. Now, I don't know how long this current climate will continue. I certainly hope not as long as maybe others may, but I think it is an opportunity. What we have to do is take advantage of whatever the opportunity is at the time that we're in. So we are here, and if this creates an opportunity for us to grow as a result of it, we have to go through that door and make it happen.
Thank you for your response. I really hope a local entrepreneur would jump on some type of opportunity like that, and with your help and the rest of the board, we could make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the line of questioning. Timekeepers, 3 minutes. I'm trying to make sure I stay on time, which doesn't happen all the time. I want to take note of your background. One of the key things that jumped out at me, and you're executing this very well, so you could see that training, Mr. Raphael, is that military training. It's ingrained in you, and you were focused, you were intentional to get and be a member of this board. And I really want to applaud you. I got a call from the Honorable Neville James, and he said, Senator, this is a good one. We need him back here in the Virgin Islands to be able to do this work. So I'm very, very impressed, not only with your responses today and your testimony, but also with your background. You bring a wealth that is needed. And I'm thinking that with your level of discipline, that you will play an intricate role in moving not only the RT Park forward, and they are doing really well, okay, but also the entire Virgin Islands, and have all 4 of our islands and the Keys moving forward in a progressive way. Now, I wanted to ask you a question relative to how do you see, how would you strategically point out where we need to go and do to accomplish those 2 areas that you focused on, housing and health, which are critical?
1 minute.
How, just try to be succinct, how would you strategically focus on getting us where we need to be as a territory to that point that we are stabilized in those 2 areas?
Actually, I'm glad you asked. I already started making some notes and some plans in that area. I'll start with housing, just for stream of consciousness.
30 seconds.
One is, it's not just housing, it has to be affordable, and access to the resources to do it. And even those people who can't afford housing sometimes struggle because the requirements for mortgages are so strict and, in my opinion, antiquated. Lots of other entities have found other ways to use different data to measure the credit worthiness, if you will, of the individuals. But I already spoke about fintech and inclusive mortgage models like rent-to-own and renovation microloans, public-private partnerships between the RT Park and some of these fintech firms, partnering with local lenders. I don't want to call any names to miss some, but local lenders and credit unions, create digital housing hubs This is the type of thing that we have to think differently about housing, not just do the same thing over and over, but these digital hubs could match individual housing candidates with particular funding that works for them, and contractors and so on. And we talk about education. We should include housing education in our educational curriculum, and not only at the university but also in high school. People should be coming out of high school thinking about how they're going to have their homes. Same. You talk about health also. Health was the other one. That's just we have to find ways now. We're going to have to do something with the electrical infrastructure. I just don't know how to make healthcare work without good electrical infrastructure. So I apologize for digressing there for a minute. But also recruiting the right people and equipment. There's no reason why we couldn't have really a great, I would love to see a medical school here, to be quite honest with you.
It's coming.
And great. So these are the types of things that we need to do, and we could provide Virgin Islanders with a way to secure their med school education in exchange for continuing to serve here for some period of time. And if we create an environment where they could build their medical business. And remember, if we're doing telemedicine, you build your medical business here, but you're servicing people here and people abroad, why would you leave? People leave for opportunity. If we bring the opportunity here, they'll stay.
Thank you, and I'm fully in agreement. And you are right. We will have to fix and make sure we have affordable and reliable electricity. Colleagues, this concludes the first round of questioning. Are there any burning questions? Hearing none, do I hear a motion? Mrs. Secretary, you are recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Madam Chairwoman, I move that the Committee on Rules and Judiciary forward the nomination of Mr. Erwin Raphael, Governor's nominee, to serve on the board of the University of the Virgin Islands Research and Technology Park to the full body of the Legislature with a favorable recommendation for further consideration and vetted. I so move.
Second.
The nomination of Mr. Erwin Raphael to the University of Virgin Islands Research and Technology Park Board has been moved by Senator Avery Lewis, seconded by Senators Angel Boquez Jr., Alma Francis Heiliger, and Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Roll call on the nomination of Mr. Erwin Raphael.
Senator Angel L. Boquez Jr. Yeah. Senator Boquez Jr. Yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yes. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yay. Yes. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr.
Yes.
Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Yes. Senator Avery L. Lewis.
Yes.
Senator Avery L. Lewis. Yes. Senator Kenneth Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins. Yes. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Milton E. Potter. Absent. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas and 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Erwin Raphael, the Governor's nominee to the University of the Virgin Islands Research and Technology Park Board, has been favorably approved in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further action and consideration.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Mr. Raphael. And at this time, we will allow you to place on the record a 60-second closing remarks.
Thank you very much for your time and your deep consideration. I can tell by the questions that this is truly at the heart of a lot of what not only this committee, but also I suspect the broader legislature is thinking about. I am honored. I'm deeply honored. I'm humbled, and I see this as destiny. My intention is to serve this board to the absolute best of my ability, and to understand that not only will you, but I expect you to hold me accountable. That is your responsibility, and I will make sure that I put my best foot forward.
Thank you so much, Mr. Raphael, and you are released from testifying before the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. The committee will stand in recess for 2 minutes.
Thank you.
And the Committee on Rules and Judiciary is back on the record. Madam Clerk, kindly call up the next item on the agenda.
Block 3, Mrs. Chantel D. Quiones, Governor's nominee, Virgin Islands Historic Preservation Commission.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. I see that Ms. Quinones is in the Legislative Conference Room in St. Croix. Pleasant good day, Ms. Quinones. Kindly check.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Good, wonderful. Your mic is working. I'm going to ask you right now to stand up and raise your right hand as I swear you in. Do you solemnly affirm, under penalty of perjury, that the testimony you will give to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Thank you so much. Kindly be seated. Kindly proceed with reading your testimony, Ms. Quinones, into the record.
Good day to you, Madam Chair Joseph, honorable members of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, other members of the 36th Legislature, and members of the viewing public. Thank you for the opportunity to provide details about who I am as a nominee to become a member of the Virgin Islands Historic Preservation Commission and serve on the Historic Preservation Committee in the St. Croix District. My name is Chantel Green Quinones, and I am honored to have been selected to appear before you today as in the legislature. As a child growing up in Estate Wim Frederiksted, I had no idea that my deep connection to the West Side, especially to the historic town of Frederiksted, would shape the path I walk today. My mother worked in Frederiksted throughout most of my childhood and later owned her own salon on King Street for over 20 years. I spent much of my time in and around town, meandering to and from her salon, exercising with her along the waterfront, taking long walks to visit the library, and exploring the many local businesses. These early experiences helped me appreciate the important social, residential, and economic benefits of living and working in town, surrounded by historical spaces. After graduating from the St. Croix Central High School, I attended Randolph-Macon Women's College in Virginia, where I obtained a bachelor's degree in English literature with a minor in political science. Shortly afterward, I returned to St. Croix and completed a master's degree in education at the University of the Virgin Islands. I spent 17 years in education as an English teacher, department chair, and team leader, 5 in the private sector, and 12 with the Virgin Islands Department of Education. During that time, I explored historical buildings and structures in the town of Christiansted with students, strolled along the streets with my family, and fell in love with the hustle and bustle of the district. I now serve as Special Projects Coordinator Communications Specialist with the Department of Planning and Natural Resources Division of Territorial Parks and Protected Areas. My work with TPPA, focusing on the identification and conservation of protected areas for the people of the Virgin Islands and sharing that information with the wider community, deepened my interest in historical and cultural preservation across the territory, and inspired me to become more actively involved in community engagement through the Historic Preservation Committee. When considering my nomination, I ask you to note that although I may not be an architect or an academic historian, I bring strong qualities to the committee. I am detail-oriented, organized, passionate, and dedicated to any task assigned to me, both personally and professionally, whether as a leader of a project or collaborating as a team. Experiential learning was a cornerstone of my teaching philosophy, and I continue to apply it in professional practice. I believe that by actively engaging in and reflecting on the work of the HPC, I can both contribute meaningfully and grow in my understanding of historic preservation. My goal is to support progressive changes in our historic districts while safeguarding the cultural and architectural elements that make our town special. If confirmed, I plan to build familiarity with the committee's procedures and use that knowledge to engage with community members, business owners, and residents, answering questions and addressing concerns through various channels. I would love to help develop awareness campaigns that encourage residents to value and protect the rich cultural heritage embedded in our towns. In the long term, I hope to support efforts to research and establish funding for restoration projects and assist property owners with maintenance. Owning a home or business in one of our towns, which date back to the 18th century, carries the responsibility of understanding the value of preservation, even if that building or structure is not yet 50 years or older. Since moving into an apartment on Hospital Street in 2008, and later becoming a homeowner in Prince Street in 2009, I have held on to the hope of walking through serene, clean, well-maintained streets lined with carefully preserved historic buildings and homes. While not everyone agrees with regulations such as choosing paint colors or fence materials, I believe most can appreciate that offering guidance and support to property owners benefits the community. As a member of the Historic Preservation Committee, I intend to listen thoughtfully to all perspectives, apply the established guidelines, and work alongside experienced committee members to make informed decisions. I had the opportunity to attend the Commission's annual meeting on St. Croix in 2024, as well as several of the monthly meetings since. Through these experiences, I've gained insight into how well managed the Historic Preservation Committee is and how knowledgeable its members are. In addition to gaining some understanding of property owners' concerns, their requests, and their willingness to follow the guidelines when they are clearly communicated, I am fully committed to contributing positively to these discussions and helping achieve thoughtful, community-centered outcomes. Madam Chair, thank you for the time, and honorable committee members, thank you for considering my nomination. I look forward to answering any questions that you may have at this time.
And thank you so much, Ms. Quinones, for your testimony. And I want to also commend you. You're really a great teacher. I'm going to tell you why. Because not only did you send in your testimony timely, but you sent it in a day ahead of the deadline. So I can see from that alone that you are going to do an exceptional job when, and it's not an if, when you are confirmed by this body. So colleagues, we have heard Ms. Quinones' presentation here this morning. I will now open the floor for questioning, and we will have one round of 3 minutes. We will begin with Mr. Secretary Avery L. Lewis. Kindly proceed with your line of questioning, Senator Lewis.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, Ms. Quinones.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Great. And let me say thank you for accepting the challenge or even want to be part of the Historic Preservation Commission. I know that's a mighty big task, and I really applaud you for that. In a previous life, I was the St. Thomas Water Island Administrator, and at times, I always had to do things with the Historic Preservation Board, especially in the St. John District, mostly St. Thomas District. And at times, we would clash, and I would feel in my mind that a lot of their rules, let me say it now, are quite antiquated or not meeting the modern-centric way of things, how things should look. And I had to several times check myself and said, if we're preserving the culture, we're preserving the history, we're preserving the Virgin Islands. And, coming from your background of an educator, once an educator, still an educator, always an educator. We ain't gonna never give that up. But my one question for you today would be dealing with community engagement. Well, let me not say one question, but the one for now. How will you ensure that the Commission's work reflects and respects the diverse voices of our communities, especially those historically underrepresented in preservation efforts?
Thank you for the question, Senator Lewis. Me being here today
1 minute.
helps to have me address that question. When I look at the members on the committee, architects, people who have served for 15 plus years, they have a lot more experience than I do with the commission. I know that bringing my voice will help to add to that community engagement part. I am a regular citizen living in the historic district. One of the requirements of the commission is to get someone on the committee, St. Croix District Committee from Frederiksted District. So I know that I will bring that outside influence to the commission meetings and be able to give that voice for my neighbors who live across from me, the people who I see when I walk down the road, exercising. So I know that I will be able to give that voice to what the community is saying all around me where I live, in addition to using my professional experiences with engaging with the community, figuring out ways to get the information out, because so many people say that they don't even know what the commission is. I wasn't as familiar before I started my research, but I'm glad that I'm getting involved. I think I can be a voice for those people who feel as though they are disengaged, and a lot of people don't even know who the members of the commission are.
And I thank you for your response. That was a very healthy response and a very intriguing one. But Madam Chair, with your indulgence, I might just conclude with one more question here.
You may proceed, Senator.
So, Ms. Quiñones, this one is dealing with development versus conservation, right? In cases where development projects may conflict with preservation goals, what criteria would guide your decision making to maintain the integrity of historic sites while considering economic growth? We have a modern building, we could see where we're going, but we still have all these preservation rules, and you toss. So tell me what you think would be the guidelines, the matrix you'd use to make your best decision.
Thank you for the question, Senator. This is something I've thought about a lot when I think about not just preservation of historic buildings, but also properties, protected areas. We always have that discussion. I remember one of the first things that happened to me at an event when I started working for DPNR is someone said, "We don't need to preserve any more land. We don't need to do this. We just need to make money." So I was a little bit thrown off by his comment, but it's true. A lot of people feel as though the economic importance is better or should be the forefront instead of reserving or preserving the historic buildings. And so one of the things I think we should look at is what impact has that building had on our community. It's not just about the structure itself, but the emotions, the feelings attached to it. Look at the laws that we have in place and see if there is anything that we can adjust. I know the VI code has the law outlined, but when we have already communicated with the public that this is something worth preserving and why, we give them the details, I know that we can help guide them to understand that this is something that we should push forward with. So in terms of modernizing, there are exceptions that can be made when you think about accessibility and things of that nature, but we do need to find a balance with the idea that we need to make money versus preserve our history and our attachment to our local properties.
And I thank you for your response, Ms. Quiñones. And at the appropriate time, I'll be voting in affirmative for you. And I really appreciate that balance that you bring from outside the non-architectural balance and defending the voice that cannot be heard. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, for the flexibility.
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary, for those questions. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Angel Boquez Jr. for your 3 minutes. Kindly proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. Good afternoon, Central staff. And good afternoon to our nominee, Ms. Quiñones. How are you?
Good afternoon, Senator. I'm a little bit nervous, but I'm okay.
Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. You mentioned that you have strong roots in Frederiksted, and I was curious to know, because of course that hits a little bit closer to home, right? But what are your top 3 preservation priorities, if I could call them that, for the town of Frederiksted? And what is your approach to trying to bring them to life if you were to become a member of this commission?
Thank you for the question, Senator. One of the things that I just, whenever I drive down the road to get home on Prince Street, I think about the cleanliness of the town. Over the last few years, there have been several organizations, most recently Our Town Frederiksted, that has made it their goal to just keep the streets clean. And I think that's a big part of preservation that we take for granted, just cleanliness of the towns. When we look at the derelict buildings, I think one of the goals I have is to understand the probate process better and to have a discussion with other committee members to figure out why these derelict buildings that could somehow be a safety hazard, how we can address those. And then finally, being able to share this information with the community. I think even as I walk around sometimes, my mother would say, oh yeah, this is this building, and do you remember this? And I would say, no, I actually do not remember. So I think while we live in the town, we don't participate in the preservation portion enough.
1 minute.
So being able to make that my priority, becoming more familiar with names of buildings, history, everything that's behind that, I think would be one of my top priorities.
Okay, and aesthetically, Frederiksted has a lot of potential. I do believe once upon a time it was one of the better towns on the island district of St. Croix, but it does need some revitalization. And of course, that's where you were coming along with the economic development. But what I wanted to also ask is, are you familiar with adaptive reuse when you modify an old building?
Not with that term particularly, but I think there is 4 different levels that they use for preservation. So maybe that's closer to restoration, where you might look at the building, try to put it back exactly what it was. Is that what you mean?
It's somewhere, Madam Chair, if I may.
You may proceed, Senator.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Along the lines of adaptive reuse is to modify an old building for a new specific purpose to be used for something else. Like, for instance, if you have an old sugar mill or something, but then you reuse it to become a rental or office space, sort of going outside the box in the sense of what it was before and try to modernize it now. I think, at least for me, my opinion is I believe Frederiksted could use some of that. I know that some of the buildings are historically something else, but if we had an adaptive reuse type of initiative where we could try to, and I think it's happened in Christiansted, to be quite honest, a lot of buildings that were something else. I know aesthetically they have to be painted a certain way and so forth, but inside can be totally different from its historical use and purpose. So just sort of throwing that out there to see what your thoughts were around that. Like, what do you believe would be the best fit for Frederiksted when it comes to adaptive reuses?
In some of the community meetings that I've attended, some of the concerns are that even if you modernize buildings for adaptive, you're using the definition you gave about adaptive uses, they're not open to the public. So there might be, someone might purchase a building and rehabilitate it and it looks good from the outside, but so many of us will never see the inside of the building for whatever reason. So on the one hand, I support, utilizing spaces, sugar mills and things like that might be a little more touchy for citizens or local people historically, but buildings that can be adapted to be used for something else, I'm on board with that, as long as we make it accessible to the community somehow. It's not just becoming office spaces or something that's closed off from everyone else. While I do respect, ownership, people, this is your property, you own it, but I think there needs to be a balance with having modernized historic buildings and then, having people understand the history, be able to see it. One of my dreams has always been to see the courtyards of a lot of properties in Frederiksted that are closed off or derelict, just to see how it was and what we could do with it as a community.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for your responses. And of course, Madam Chair, thank you so much for your leniency.
And thank you so much, Senator Bolkes, for your questions. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. for your 3 minutes. Senator Joseph, kindly proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. And good afternoon to Ms. Chantal Quinones. How are you doing today?
Good afternoon. I'm doing well, thank you.
And I thank you again for serving. Not everybody actually wanted to serve. So thank you for accepting the nominee to serve on the Historic Preservation Commission. What motivates you to serve on the Historic Preservation Board?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I am motivated by so many things, but over the last 2 years, I think I took a turn professionally where I just wanted to make a change, make a difference, make more of an impact. I mentioned to my family that I felt like I was asleep in town, and I want Frederiksted to wake up, so I'm here to help do that. So that's part of what's motivating me. I think we often get lost in conversations about development and issues where people are, they have conflicting views about what the town can be. So that's my motivation. I'm here now to speak up as a community representative, as a homeowner, and let people see that we are here, we're listening to what's going on, and that's very important to me.
Thank you for that response. How would you approach evaluating a request to alter or demolish a potentially historic structure?
Thank you for that question, Senator. It's something that's been in the news lately. I actually attended the last St. Croix District Committee meeting when someone presented a request for demolition. And I think it's not something to be taken lightly. Others may look and see, a picture of a building and say, oh, this is dilapidated, it needs to be taken down. But we can seek help, seek advice, and figure out whether or not the building can be saved. So when we were in discussions as a committee, and we say, well, like one of the resolutions they came to was to take a site visit and to actually see, the position or the status of this piece of property and whether or not demolition would be necessary. So, there's a lot going on emotionally when we think about preserving a district or a property.
30 seconds.
But in evaluating a request, I think we need to consider all the options. There's restoration, there's rehabilitation, there's assistance that can be given to the property owner to figure out the best plans and how it should be addressed. So we'll definitely have to consider all the options first, do a site visit if necessary, and then go from there.
Madam Chair, I got one more question.
Yes, Senator Joseph Sr., you may proceed.
Okay. How can the board better engage and educate the public about the value of historic preservation?
Another good question. I think that the board is in a position where they need help. Here I am. So they
Thank you.
they need more support. According to the VI code, there's supposed to be 6 members on each committee. And so this commission has a Herculean task to consider all these applicants with only 3 people in each district, going through these requests, these applications, listening to the citizens, the property owners, and what they want to change or adjust. So the board needs help. They need more people. They need more support. And then I think they can have that time to better engage with the community. They try. I see the agendas. I see some of the public notices that are sent out through DPNR and the historic technician in Frederiksted on the St. Croix side. So they do try to communicate what's happening, but they need more assistance.
Okay. Thank you, nominee Ms. Quinones, and thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
And thank you, Senator Joseph, for your line of questioning, which was very probing. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon. Thank you to the nominee, Ms. Quinones, for your willingness to serve on this very, very important board. Of course, we have been spending, as the administration and as a government of the Virgin Islands, have been spending a lot of time in the designation of the territorial park system, for example. Certainly, we have done the comprehensive land and water use plan. We have, St. Croix has been designated as a national heritage area. And the reason I strongly advocated for that was because I truly believe that there will be some additional funding that have not really materialized thus far, but I'm still hoping for that because we have a number of sites. We're very rich in history that I'm hoping that we're able to preserve. But I think for me, a lot of individuals, even though they live here, have not really experienced the richness of our history here in the Virgin Islands. And I wanted to ask you, what is your thoughts about how do we utilize technology, perhaps to start to drive some of that conversation? People that have never been to the lighthouse, for example, people that have not been to the Maroon location, Maroon Ridge area, people that have not been to the tide pools, people that have not been to Jackson Isaac Bay. How do we use technology to be able to harness that rich history and then share it and train it out to the community?
Thank you for your question, Senator, because you just described my work week last week, working with territorial parks, which has changed my life. But that's what I was mentioning before about the experience being eye-opening. One of my tasks at my, in my division is to utilize technology to get that information out. So I think that's something that I could bring to the commission as well. We went to Maroon Ridge on Friday. We went up.
I wish you had invited me with you. Let her come.
What Professor Olassie Davis called Maroon Country.
Yes.
You should come with us next time. Bring your water, bring your snacks. But these are the things that I'm getting out and seeing as well, taking photos of. Please follow my Facebook page, Virgin Islands Network of Environmental Educators. Putting that out there, but we are a community where we do utilize technology to have conversations, and this is something we need to do with historic areas as well. I know that the State Historic Preservation Office has a
30
website.
seconds.
You can go there to find applications and things like that, but we need to put more photos out there. You know how you have before and after photos? They share a lot of that with their projects that they've completed, which is impressive, but I think I can help with that as well. I definitely agree that funding is always a concern. I believe you were the one who sponsored, Senator, the name change in the funding, the revolving fund, and making sure that funds is available. I know that they get 2% of their funding from the Casino Control Commission. But thinking about how we communicate now, I still consider myself a young person, but we use technology, we post those pictures, we identify historic landmarks, we have those opportunities to visit protected areas and share that with everyone else. So I hope to be able to do that with the Historic Preservation Commission as well.
Very well. Madam Chair, I heard my time call. Can I ask one further question?
Yes, kindly proceed.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll remember that during your next appearance before the budget. So I wanted to ask you, because a lot of times I believe that individuals are really interested in maintaining and allowing for our buildings, especially as you spoke about the town areas. But some of that cost is real prohibitive. How do you balance the need for us to preserve some of these facilities? The facade is one area, but the interior, how do you really believe that still maintaining our ability to have these structures and architectural design maintained, versus the cost prohibition in some instances in maintaining our buildings? If you could just answer in the chair times, I'll appreciate it. Again, I don't have a vote in this committee, but certainly, when it comes to full session, you have my support.
Thank you, Senator. I hear the cost prohibition thing all the time as a homeowner. Just being able to fix something simple outside of your home could be challenging, much less a historic building where you have to follow, these rules and regulations. So as far as I understand it, there are tax incentives for property owners that they can seek out. And there's also supposed to be a loan situation. I can't remember exactly, I have to follow up. But that's one of the things that I know is available for property owners. Tax incentives, seeking out help from the State Historic Preservation Office, because one of the other meetings I attended, I heard an applicant discuss having to take, I think, more than 20 years for their family to fully restore the property to what it was. So it does take time, it takes patience, it takes ingenuity. But I would say don't let the cost hold you back. Try to seek out assistance from the programs that are available. I think there's also programs for businesses that are available for research. Just reach out to the State Historic Preservation Office, which manages the commission.
Thank you so much, Ms. Quinones, for your response. At this time, I will recognize Acting President, the Honorable Kenneth Gittins, and Vice Chair of this committee for your 3 minutes. Kindly proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to all again. Special good afternoon to you, Mrs. Quinones. How are you today?
I'm fine, thank you, Senator.
Great, hailing from Wim, yes. Frederickstead. All right. Now, quickly, so you may know that I've had a legislation proposal here for quite some time to lessen the restrictions of the historic preservations with regards to rebuilding or renovating some of these properties in our historic districts of Christiansted, Frederickstead, Cruz Bay, and Charlotte Amalia. However, maintaining the facade and the outside, as my one colleague often saying, everything old is necessarily historic.
Right.
Do you agree with that?
I agree, yes.
Great, because we have a number of dilapidated buildings in our town areas that just needs to come down and allow the property owners to be able to rebuild. And of course, we have to take the economy into consideration and the accessibility of the materials, etc. So what are your thoughts in this regard of lessening, not doing away with the restrictions, but lessening the restrictions to those properties, especially that can be identified as not necessarily historic, but old, and just having them maintain the facade on the outside? What's your thoughts to that end, quickly?
Thank you for your question, Senator. I know that there was a proposal made a year ago about relaxing the rules and regulations for that purpose. And a few of the testifiers,
1 minute.
They mentioned concerns about some people not having the funding to move forward. So you would knock down the buildings and then there will be nothing there. So it would seem as though as you get rid of these dilapidated buildings, then what's going to be left of the town. So on the one hand, I agree, especially with safety concerns, buildings falling apart, or people walking down a road and seeing things that shouldn't be happening in dilapidated buildings.
30 seconds.
So I was back and forth about whether or not relaxation of the regulations just for the purpose of getting some of these buildings removed would work better than going back to the commission and saying, well, how can we help these property owners get through whatever the probate process is or whatever is keeping them from handling their family properties. So I've been back and forth. Honestly, I haven't come to a firm decision on whether or not relaxing the rules will be more beneficial in this instance. I am worried about what would happen to the spaces once all these buildings are cleared.
So what would your suggestion be for handling the some of these abandoned and dilapidated structures then in the town area? What are some of the suggestions you would have?
Other than trying to find out who owns properties, I know some of what our division does when we're trying to identify protected areas or properties that could be brought into the territorial park system. We look at who the owners are, you know, who is supposed to be managing this property, and then try to go from there. But it is difficult for me to say now, and I think I will have to consult with the commission and see what's their process.
Truly, we know who the property owners are.
Oh, you do?
But we just need ideas to move along. You know, with progress, I always tell people, you know, with progress comes change. But one thing with our people is that while we want the progress, we don't like change. And at times, you just have to do what you have to do in order to see the progress. We may have to get a bit uncomfortable. And I really don't see, but the problem in just easing the restrictions that we have. I mean, I even find where, and Madam Chair, time was called, but may I wrap up here?
Yes, you may. Kindly proceed.
Right. Thank you. Yeah, I find that I really believe that one of the ways to reduce this problem is if we can just ease some of the restrictions. Again, I don't want my proposal to be mixed up with the administration's proposal, because my proposal was much simpler, was to have the Historic Preservation Commission identify every building that's in the downtown areas, identify those buildings that have significant, some historic significance to it that we want to 100% preserve as a historic site, versus those that are not historic. Just knowing that Miss Sarah used to live there and that was her house built in 1959 don't make it historic. But when you have some place like, I remembered when I first entered the legislature, you had, you said you grew up in Frederickson and you're from Wim, so you should know what our first big building was going down King Street. That was there for such a long time when we were children, and after the hurricanes and whatnot, it just sat there. Eventually, it burned down. The Durant Towers, you remember Durant Towers?
I don't remember it, but I've heard my mother talk about it all the time, yes.
Well, okay, you're making me feel like I got some kind of seniority at me now.
Yes.
But, yeah, so I'm saying, when I think back on structures like those are what you would call historic, and of course you would want to preserve them. But we can't allow it to stay there to the point where it becomes a hazard to our people. Frederickstead especially and Charlotte Amalia are two areas where you see large parades happening, events happening. And it hurts me to see people standing under some of these structures. The previous speaker and I were law enforcement officers, and we have even responded to incidents where homeless people were killed in some of these structures where it literally fell. And coming through Frederickstead the other day, I even saw one or two buildings that's literally on the verge of collapsing. So I am going to give you the nod on this, but I'm asking, again, like I ask everyone that I give the opportunity to sit on this commission, to please let's sit and look over this proposal, understand it, so that we can have a way forward so we could address these buildings. Again, we go to Sea Trade on the mainland, where we speak with the cruise line executives. They constantly brag about St. Croix being one of the most beautiful ports to pull into. Again, when the people come off the ship, they got to have some place to see, not just old dilapidated buildings falling down, and then they have a fetish for going up to the graveyard. I don't know if they got family up there or where they want to see at the graveyard, but even now, we had the Department of Public Works here before us, and I neglected to ask him, but I'm going to write to him to ask him about the status of the wall there for the cemetery, because even that too is crumbling. I have to park there every Sunday as I go to church. People park in there all the time, going to funerals, going to church and whatnot, and we don't want any accidents to occur. But let me just thank you for your willingness to serve in this capacity, and I'm looking forward to giving you that opportunity to serve and showcase what you have out of Freedom City, Frederickstead, and particularly WIM.
Thank you, Senator.
Right? Thank you.
Thank you so kindly, Senator Gittins, Mr. Acting President. At this time, the chair will take her 3 minutes. Most of my colleagues, Ms. Quinones, have asked most of the questions that I had intended to ask. But I want to really, first of all, commend the governor for sending down your nomination. And I also understand from our conversations in the interview that you were actually encouraged to apply for this position, to putting your name into the hat for this position by the director of the State Historic and Preservation Office, Mr. Sean Krieger, who is here in the chambers, not in the well, to assure that, that he has that confidence in your ability. He's been at work for a number of years in this field. He is our expert on the ground here in the Virgin Islands regarding historic preservation, especially of our buildings. I want to say, because you come from an education background and you're not a technocrat, meaning that you are not an engineer or an architect by profession or by education, how do you see that you can expand the learning and insight of our people on the importance of preserving our historical landmark?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Every time I visit one of the historical sites, buildings, a lot that we have to offer, I'm going to go back to a little bit to what Senator Gittins mentioned about cruise ports. We took a cruise last summer, and I was very disappointed by seeing some of the islands. When you walk in, it just looks like it could be anywhere in America instead of an island. And I really don't want any of our towns to become that way. So I'm open to the discussion about how we can preserve that. But not having that technical background, I think research and preparation is always key. Applicants have to submit their information to the commission 2 weeks prior to the meeting.
30 seconds.
And I know that there's time to review those elements. And then once I'm able to communicate with the commission and understand, why this color is required due to the research that was done on those paint chips, or why windows have to be a certain position or size or measurement, why business signage has to be 4 feet or 8 feet off the ground. All of these technical things, I think with time, I'll be able to learn, understand, and then communicate that with anyone else who may have questions. So I'm looking forward to expanding my learning on my own when I have to prepare for these monthly meetings and in discussion with other community members to then share that with the community. But I think in understanding anything that's new, we have to put in that work, and I'm willing to do that to then be able to share it with everyone else.
Thank you. I do have a follow-up question because I'm still not hearing the connection between your background education and informing the wider community about the importance of historical preservation, because it's very important. You really touched on it when you mentioned about the cruise ship, your experience and going and visiting, but decisively, just one area you think, based on your background, we need to utilize to further inform and educate our people and even the next generation about preserving some of our buildings and what we can do to do that?
Well, utilizing my background as an educator, it's easy for me to take information, analyze it, synthesize it, and then share it with the community. So maybe we'll be able to have these commission meetings, committee meetings on the St. Croix district, and we can choose different areas to go to and have these conversations with community members. They can ask questions. We can relay that information where they're actually there getting the information in real time, or we can have less informal discussions about the technical areas that they might not understand. So my background has to do with being able to research, learn, teach, share, and I'll be able to do that with the community as well.
Thank you, and that's what I was trying to pull out of you, to utilize that background which you're teaching, because every day we are supposed to be learning, and so especially with the applicants, some of them may not be informed, and that's part of the teaching portion of it. And so I really thank you for your presentation today. Do I have any other burning question from any other committee member? If not, do I hear a motion?
Motion.
Mr. Acting President Kenneth Gittins, you are recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I move that the nomination of Mistress Chantel D. Quinones to serve on the Virgin Islands Historic Preservation Commission be voted upon favorably here in this committee and be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
The nomination of Ms. Chantel D. Quinones for the Virgin Islands Historic Preservation Commission has been properly moved by Senator Kenneth Gittins, seconded by Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr., Avery Lewis, and Angel Boquez Jr. Roll call on the nomination of Mrs. Chantel D. Quinones.
Senator Angel L. Boquez Jr.
Yeah.
Senator Boquez, yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Carla J. Joseph, yes. Senator Clifford A. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr., yes. Senator Avery L. Lewis.
Yes.
Senator Avery L. Lewis, yes. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yes. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Milton E. Potter, absent. Madam Chair, we have 5 yeas and 2 absent.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. The nomination of Mrs. Chantel D. Quinones to the Virgin Islands Historic Preservation Commission has been favorably voted upon in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further action and consideration. Ms. Quinones, congratulations. And at this time, I would like to afford you 60 seconds to make a closing remarks.
Thank you, Senator, to all of the committee members. I appreciate all of your questions. It definitely has me thinking about what I'll need to do moving forward and things that I need to consider to be an integral part of the commission. And I look forward to working with all of you in the future. Thank you.
And thank you so much, Ms. Quinones. You are now released from your presentation before the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. And of course, we thank you so much for being here. The committee stands in recess for 20 minutes. And the Committee on Rules and Judiciary is back on the record. Madam Clerk, kindly read into the record Block 4 of today's agenda.
Block 4, Bill number 36-0077, a act amending Title III Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 37, to enact the Virgin Islands Commission on Ethics and Conflicts of Interest, sponsored by Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Invited testifiers, Ms. Gwen Marie Molinar, PhD, President, League of Women Voters of the Virgin Islands, Ms. Hina Carbon, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Bar Association, Ms. Regina D. Calbert Peterson, Esquire, Administrator of Courts, Judicial Branch of the Virgin Islands, Mr. Kevin Williams, Chief of Staff, Office of the Governor, the Honorable Gordon C. Ria, Attorney General, Department of Justice. Madam Chair, this concludes the reading of Block 4.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. I know we listed a number of individuals who were to testify on this bill. I know some of them could not be in attendance, but they do have persons represented here. I will begin by asking the testifiers to just place your name and title on the record. I will proceed first with the Director for the Division of Personnel, and then we will move to her left, and then go straight down the line. Okay, so if you would be so kind to place your name on the record.
Good afternoon, Cindy Richardson, Director, Division of Personnel.
Next.
My name is Anna Kristen McCown, and I am a member of the Legislative and Law Reform Committee of the Virgin Islands Bar Association.
So you're here to represent the Virgin Islands Bar Association?
I'm here to represent the Legislative and Law Reform Committee of the Virgin Islands Bar Association.
Okay, understood.
Yes.
And Ms. Cindy Richardson, Director, you're here representing Mr. Kevin Williams. You're going
Correct.
From the Office of the Governor?
Correct, yes.
Okay, next.
Gwen Marie Molinar, President, League of Women Voters of the Virgin Islands.
Great. And finally?
Good afternoon, Jeremy Weddle. I'm with the DOJ. I'm an Assistant Attorney General, standing in today for Attorney General Gordon Ray.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, so we're going to start first by having the bill introduced. Who speaks on behalf of Bill number 36-0077?
I do, Chair.
Kindly proceed, Senator Gittins, with your opening remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good day to all. As someone who has dedicated much of my professional life to law enforcement and to rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse in government, I am here today with a deep sense of duty and purpose. I'm proud to reintroduce Bill number 36-0077, which seeks to establish the Virgin Islands Commission on Ethics and Conflict of Interest, an independent, nonpartisan body that will play a vital role in restoring public trust and strengthening ethical accountability across all branches of government, which includes the legislative, executive, and judicial branches. Over the years, I've investigated government misconduct from many levels, whether through criminal cases, administrative investigations, or internal reviews of employee behavior. And one truth has remained constant is that our current systems are overburdened and under-resourced. The Office of the Attorney General of the Virgin Islands and the Office of the Inspector General of the Virgin Islands, both vital institutions here in the territory, are struggling to keep pace with their expanding mandates, especially on the investigative side. And simply put, they cannot do it all by themselves, and they shouldn't have to either. This is where Bill number 36-0077 comes in. The Virgin Islands Commission on Ethics and Conflicts of Interest will serve as an independent watchdog, empowered to investigate ethical violations and conflicts of interest among public officials. It will offer a safe and confidential channel for whistleblowers as well, and it will ensure that complaints are addressed promptly and professionally before they escalate into criminal matters or federal probes. Perhaps most importantly, the Commission will act as a deterrent, signaling that unethical conduct in public service will not be tolerated, nor will it be ignored. The Commission will be composed of 5 members, carefully selected to preserve its independence and integrity. 1 member will be appointed by the governor, 1 by the Senate President, and 1 by the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the Virgin Islands. The remaining 2 will be private citizens who will be nominated jointly by the governor and the Chief Justice and confirmed by this body. Members will serve 5-year terms with a strict 2-year term limit to ensure fresh perspectives and prevent entrenchment. Let us be honest with ourselves. We are all too familiar with the recent criminal charges involving public officials, but there is a broader spectrum of misconduct and deserves just as much attention. From questionable contracts to sweetheart leases to unjustified raises, they may not always rise to the level of criminality, but they erode public confidence just the same. We must have a mechanism to review assess, and respond to these issues. To that end, I also want to highlight that many of the operational and funding components or elements of this initiative are addressed in a companion measure through Bill number 36-0078, which appropriates some $1 million from the general fund and outlines the specific duties and structure of the commission. The legislation will be heard in the Committee on Appropriations, Budget, and Finance in due course. I fully understand that creating this commission will require financial investment, but I ask my colleagues to consider this. Can we afford not to act? The cost of doing nothing, of continuing to allow waste, fraud, and abuse to go unchecked far outweighs the price of prevention and oversight. Madam Chair and colleagues, the people of the Virgin Islands deserves a government that operates with full transparency, fairness, and integrity. With this bill, Bill number 36-0077, we have an opportunity to make that vision real. I urge your support, and I look forward to the discussion on this matter. Thank you, Madam Chair, colleagues, and thank you in advance, testifiers, for your input.
And thank you so kindly, Mr. Acting President, for your well thought out and very concise presentation. At this time, the order that I'm going to have the testifiers present their testimonies is first we're going to have Director Richardson and followed by Attorney McCow. And then after Attorney McCow, we'll have Dr. Molinar. And wrapping up will be Attorney Wendell. Weddle. How do you spell that?
D-D-L-E.
W-E-D-D-L-E. Weddle.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, wonderful. So kindly proceed, Director Richardson, with reading your prepared testimony into the record.
Thank you. Good afternoon, all. I am Cindy Richardson, Director, Division of Personnel, testifying on behalf of Mr. Kevin Williams, Chief of Staff, Office of the Governor. Thank you for the opportunity to offer testimony on Bill number 36-0077, which seeks to repeal and replace Title III, Chapter 37, Section 1108 of the Virgin Islands Code to formally establish a Virgin Islands Commission on Ethics and Conflicts of Interest. While the Division of Personnel commends the Legislature for advancing the measure and clarifying elements such as the Commission's appointment process and staffing structure, we must respectfully express our opposition to the bill as currently amended. The measure, in its present form, raises concern regarding overlapping statutory authority, undefined procedural mechanisms, and an absence of coordination with existing oversight bodies. Additionally, DOP finds the bill lacks a clear statement of purpose or legislative intent. Nowhere in the language of the bill are there objectives, mission, or scope of responsibilities of the proposed commission explicitly defined. Nor does the bill establish the duties of the commission or set forth a framework for how ethical oversight will function in practice. Without this foundational clarity, it is difficult to assess the potential effectiveness or necessity of the commission, and implementation may lead to confusion, redundancy, or public skepticism. We further note that certain languages from the 2024 version of this measure, specifically provisions that clearly outline investigatory authority, the power to administer oaths, conduct hearings, and issue findings, have been omitted from the 2025 version. This removal may reflect a legislative intent to defer such responsibilities to the Office of the Attorney General, as Title III VI Code, Section 1114 and Section 1106 already empower the Attorney General's office to administer and enforce ethics and conflicts of interest laws, including investigative and enforcement duties. If this interpretation is correct, then it should be expressly stated in the measure to avoid ambiguity and to define the intended role and scope of the proposed commission. It is important to also highlight that notwithstanding Title III VI Code Section 114 and Sections 1100 through 1108, the Division of Personnel has taken significant proactive steps to uphold ethical standards across the executive branch. DOP authored the governor's, along with the governor's legal counsel, Executive Order 540-2024, the current GVI Code of Ethical Conduct, which was signed into effect on January 27, 2025, by way of Executive Order of the governor. This code governs the conduct of all executive branch employees and serves as a foundational document for promoting ethical behavior, minimizing conflicts of interest, and guiding decision-making for the broader GVI employee population. In addition, this policy framework, DOP has launched a comprehensive government-wide ethics training campaign and has established an internal ethics reporting mechanism that allows employees to report ethical concerns securely and confidentially, referring matters to the Office of the Attorney General as appropriate. However, given the limited capacity of that office, DOP remains the frontline entity in managing these personnel matters for the greater workforce. It is also worth noting that each branch of government currently manages ethics oversights within its own internal structure, whether through codes of conduct, internal standards, or disciplinary mechanisms. The current fragmented approach underscores the need for a clear, collaborative framework in shaping any new oversight structure and shared standards that preserve branch autonomy while ensuring consistency in ethics administration and public accountability. Most critically, the Division of Personnel asserts the importance of distinguishing between high-level public official positions, who poses the power to influence or interfere in investigations, and the general employee population. Power dynamics, political pressure, internal hierarchies, and the actual or perceived threat of retribution tend to result in a failure to pursue or gain traction when involving high-ranking officials such as cabinet members, assistants, deputies, governors, lieutenant governors. As such, this legislation presents an opportunity to clarify and codify the roles of the Division of Personnel, the Office of the Attorney General, and/or any other proposed body, ensuring that all entities work in concert rather than cross purposes. For these reasons, we support the establishment of an independent body with jurisdiction over high-level officials, while reaffirming our proposal to create a personnel accountability and compliance unit within the Division of Personnel to manage ethics, among other matters of employee conduct. Accordingly, we submit the following. Overlapping authority and scope. The revised bill does not fully resolve questions of jurisdictional overlap between the proposed Ethics Commission and the Office of the Attorney General. Under existing law, specifically Title III, VI Code, Section 114 and Section 1106, the Attorney General is empowered to administer and enforce laws relating to ethics and conflicts of interest. Moreover, pursuant to Title III, VI Code, Sections 452B, the Division of Personnel is empowered to govern employee conduct, investigations, and discipline. The bill does not clarify how the Commission will interfere with these pre-existing authorities, nor does it define any formal referral, complaint, or coordination process. We also believe that any framework must distinguish between administrative employee misconduct and potential violations of law that may warrant civil or criminal prosecution. DOP is best positioned to address the conduct of the wider population through internal personnel policies and disciplinary mechanisms, while the Office of the Attorney General remains the appropriate entity to manage prosecutorial matters referred from either Division of Personnel or the Commission. The proposal for a dual framework, the PACU, for workforce level oversight. The Division of Personnel has proposed the creation of the Personnel and Compliance Unit, the PACU, a centralized body to manage employee conduct, ethics, and compliance. Under this approach, an independent body would have authority over elected and high-ranking public officials across the three branches, while the Division of Personnel Accountability and Compliance Unit, PACU, within the Division of Personnel would oversee the broader central government workforce. The PACU would serve as a centralized compliance arm with jurisdiction over centralized authority for managing employee conduct, comprehensive ethics education and training for government employees, confidential reporting and investigating to address ethical violations, referring cases of legal significance to the Attorney General or other appropriate body. This model addresses the structural challenge of having employees investigate matters involving their titular head of the executive branch or other senior officials, where the risk of perceived or actual bias is high. Separating oversight in this way ensures a system where the public can have greater confidence in the fairness and independence of ethics investigations. To further promote impartiality, the PACU should be structured so that its leadership maintains a dotted line reporting relationship with the Director of Personnel, maintaining operational placement within the Division of Personnel, while operating semi-independently to reduce the risk of undue influence and remaining accountable to the administrative oversight. The Division of Personnel views the PACU as an opportunity not only to expand its jurisdiction in meaningful and measurable ways, but also to enhance government accountability and streamline ethical governance across agencies. While this bill is narrowly focused on ethics and conflicts of interest, we believe it presents an ideal opportunity to begin aligning related personnel and compliance functions under one agency to promote consistent oversight, efficient service delivery, and improve government accountability. Importantly, this vision includes the opportunity to establish a labor relations division within the Division of Personnel that would encompass the existing Office of Collective Bargaining, consolidating government-wide labor relations and personnel policy under one roof. This proposal supports greater consistency in enforcement, training, and negotiation, and empowers the Division of Personnel to more effectively manage the government's human capital responsibilities. Clarifying implementation and boundaries. If the dual framework is adopted, the enabling legislation should clearly delineate the roles of each oversight entity. Suggesting areas of clarification would include the respective jurisdiction of the PACU, the Ethics Commission, and the Attorney General, the type of violations or employee classifications managed by each body, interagency communication protocols and referral mechanisms, responsibilities for rulemaking, investigations, and enforcement. It is important to acknowledge that this recommendation would necessitate adjustments to the current statutory framework. Although Title III VI Code Section 114 and Section 1106 grant the Attorney General broad responsibility for administering and enforcing ethics and conflicts of interest, our experience has shown that meaningful ethical oversight depends on functional, operational infrastructure across agencies. The Division of Personnel, as the human resources management arm of the executive branch, is best positioned to manage the day-to-day ethics education, personnel conduct, and internal accountability mechanisms for the general workforce. Meanwhile, the Attorney General's office should retain authority over legal interpretation, referrals, regulatory guidance, and prosecution, while the Commission would be empowered to address the conduct of high-ranking public officials in a manner that preserves public confidence. This collaborative approach is not a rejection of the Attorney General's statutory authority, but rather a recognition that a more specialized and operationally distributed model will improve response time, trust, and outcomes, strengthen the overall system, and ensuring the right entities are focused on the right levels of ethical oversight. The AG's office remains a critical partner, but the operational management of ethics and personnel accountability requires agencies that are equipped and focused on the practical realities of employee conduct, culture, and compliance. In conclusion, the Division of Personnel supports the broader objective of strengthening ethical governance in the Virgin Islands, but opposes the bill in its current form. We strongly recommend a dual framework approach that assigns the oversight of high-level public officials to an independent commission like the one proposed to preserve public trust and investigative integrity, establish the PACU within the Division of Personnel to manage workforce-wide compliance, and ensure coordinated collaboration among the Commission, the PACU, and the Office of the Attorney General. This structure balances independence with accountability, builds on existing infrastructure, and provides a practical, collaborative path forward for ethics oversights for the public personnel in the Virgin Islands. I thank you for allowing me the time to testify today, and I stand ready to answer any questions you may have.
And thank you so kindly, Director Richardson, for your presentation today. Now we will ask Miss Attorney McGo. I'm so sorry, Attorney.
It's okay. It's McCown, like downtown.
I'm going to have to ask you to spell it. That's the only way I'm going to be able to retain it. I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's McCown.
McCown.
Yes, Senator.
Got it.
That's correct.
Kindly proceed, Attorney McCown, with reading into the record your testimony.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to be heard regarding Bill 360077. I do have a quick disclaimer that this testimony does not necessarily represent the views of the Board of Governors of the Virgin Islands Bar Association, the Legislative and Law Reform Committee, which is who I am here speaking on behalf of. Although we are a subset of the Bar Association, the views presented here are on behalf of that committee rather than the Board of Governors of the Bar Association. Just wanted to get that on the record. Thank you. We do commend the legislature for advancing important legislation such as this. The creation of a nonpartisan, independent body to promote ethical governance and ensure accountability is vital to maintaining public trust and the rule of law here in the Virgin Islands. As a body comprised of legal professionals committed to the integrity of our institutions, the Virgin Islands Bar Association's LLR Committee recognizes this commission as long overdue as a measure to standardize and enforce ethical conduct across government branches. That being said, we do have the following comments, suggestions, concerns. The first one being appointment process and independence, which would be the new proposed sections 1108, subsection A through B. To enhance transparency and public confidence, we recommend requiring public disclosure of expected qualifications for candidates, nominee qualifications, and a standard vetting process before legislative confirmation. We would ask that the Senate please consider updating the bill by adding language that enumerates these requirements for holding such a position. Also, please consider disclosing by publication all names of nominees for potential appointment to the Commission to the public, along with vetting procedures that will be uniformly applied to all candidates. The reason, of course, this type of transparency will allow for public confidence in the proposed creation of such a commission. Number two has to do with the vacancy procedure and timeline. The 60-day deadline to fill vacancies is reasonable and achievable. However, no enforcement mechanism is articulated if a branch fails to act. As we all know, quorums have been and continue to be a problem in the territory. This bill could be strengthened by specifying a default appointment mechanism or interim appointment authority to prevent the commission from becoming non-functional for lack of a quorum. Having language in the bill to ensure a proper quorum will be present at all necessary meetings will prevent later rescission or invalidation of its rulings. Such a prophylactic approach can save the government and proposed commission a lot of wasted time and money from having to perform remedial actions. Number three, budget and operational sustainability. While we're not specifically addressing anything other than this statement on its own, the government and courts are in a financial crisis. We strongly recommend that the legislature ensure a dedicated funding stream to protect the Commission's independence and avoid reliance on discretionary appropriations. Please consider requiring that the Commission's budget be submitted independently to the legislature. An independent and dedicated funding stream will prevent interruptions of important Commission business while ensuring that government funds previously earmarked for other organizations will not be disturbed by an underfunded Commission needing additional funds to continue its duties. Number 4, legal counsel requirements. It should be considered that there may be a conflict either internally among Commission members or a conflict for a Commission member with an external party. We suggest that there be language that allows for retaining outside counsel in conflict situations subject to ethical screening and disclosure rules. Allowing for the use of outside counsel in the above-mentioned scenarios will likely increase public confidence that the proposed Commission is operating fairly and without the pressure of internal conflicts. 5, promulgation of code of conduct. A code of conduct that requires a high standard of personal as well as public accountability are vital to the success of this particular Commission. The bill should explicitly require public consultation during code development and reference at least the minimum standards established by the Virgin Islands Code of Conduct for Public Officials. Additional accountability requirements would also be appropriate for this particular Commission. By inviting all of the people of the Virgin Islands to lend their voices to this process and making sure these voices are heard by this legislative body will likely yield overwhelmingly positive results. And 6, progress and effectiveness of Commission. For additional transparency, with the proposed Commission moving forward, a summary outlining its duties and results thereof for each year should be required and be publicly available. The above suggested requirement could model that of the Virgin Islands Coastal Management Commission statute, which is 12 VIC, section 904, subsection F, which provides, the Commission shall evaluate progress being made towards the implementation of the provisions of this chapter and shall submit a report to the Governor and Legislature on an annual basis. And the reason, of course, is transparency. Thank you for this opportunity to be heard on behalf of the Legislative and Law Reform Committee of the Virgin Islands Bar, and we hope that you all have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you so kindly, Attorney McCown, yes. McCown. Mr. Acting President, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you. I'm just requesting that legal counsel come to the floor while we listen to the balance of the testimonies, please.
Thank you so kindly for that suggestion, and legal counsel has been on the floor, Mr. Acting President.
Oh, okay. I just seen her now. Thank you.
You're welcome. My pleasure. I'm ahead of my game. Thank you so kindly. At this time, we will recognize Dr. Gwen Molinar for your testimony. Kindly proceed in reading your testimony into the record.
Good day to Senator Carla J. Joseph, the Honorable Chairperson of the Rules and Judiciary Committee of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Greetings also to members of the committee and other senators present, as well as to the other testifiers. My name is Gwen Marie Molinar, President of the League of Women Voters of the Virgin Islands. We are pleased to offer comments today on Bill 36-0077. We commend its sponsor, Senator Kenneth Gittens, for his unfailing persistence in creating a much-needed and long-in-coming Commission on Ethics and Conflict for the Virgin Islands. It is great to hear the testimonies of the other two presenters, and we are going to add to what they have said. While we are in full support of this bill, which repeals Section 1108 in Chapter 37 and reenacts it with new amendments, there are some issues we believe need attention as written in the bill. First, and we raise some questions regarding a few of those provisions. First, we assume that with respect to the duties and responsibilities for the commission that were set out in earlier bills by Senator Gittens and on which the League testified before this committee in the past, that these still obtain. However, we believe that they should have been referred to in this bill to answer some of the questions that are currently being raised. Also, we believe that Section 1106 of Chapter 37 lists some of the responsibilities of the AG, which in this particular bill now are being ascribed to the Commission. We believe that that needs some clarification. Looking at page 2 of the bill, line 1B speaks to the initial terms of the members. We recommend the following sentence to be included, that the terms of the initial appointees shall be staggered to prevent simultaneous turnover of the membership. The League noted the difference in the length of the terms for the initial appointees and intuited that the reason was to prevent simultaneous expiration of terms. We felt it wise, however, to say this explicitly, as no reason is offered in the narrative as to the purpose of the difference in the initial terms. It's implied, but we believe in the explicit statements needs to be said. On that same page, on line D, the line speaks to what activities members of the commission are or are not allowed to do, and uses the verb may, which we suggest change to shall. An individual or a member of the commission shall not. Use of shall rather than may confers a more prescriptive understanding regarding the level of allowance. Using may gives the impression of some flexibility. However, if flexibility is preferred, then may should remain. Otherwise, we recommend shall. Line 13 requires a government employee to wait a full year becoming member of the commission. And this was a little bit confusing to us since the membership was defined as the governor appoints one, the Supreme Court appoints an individual, but it is only in the final line where it says that the government will appoint private individuals, which leads us to wonder if the initial individual appointed by the governor and the initial person appointed by the Supreme Court were government employees. So we were confused really by this indication of being a member of the commission waiting for a year. Line 24 sets time for a vacancy to be filled not later than 60 days, but does not indicate consequences if not filled. The League asks, can the commission continue to do business in the presence of a vacancy as long as it has a quorum? If not, or if there are vacancies that do not allow for a quorum, we suggest that there should be an alternate member arrangement to forestall a non-functioning commission. That is, should there be one or more approved alternates or interims who could fill in until a member is replaced. Our rationale is that the League is concerned that frequent failures to fill board positions often result in boards not being able to meet for significantly long periods. For example, the parole board has not met in over 2 years due to vacancies. This could prove to be significantly problematic for the work of a body as an Ethics and Conflict of Interest Commission. Page 3 of the bill addresses reimbursement for commission members while doing the business of the commission outside of its meetings. The League suggests that reimbursement for work done outside of meetings should be verified and approved by either executive director or the chair. The rationale is that there needs to be a method to verify the work done and expenses accrued outside of meetings in order to provide reimbursements while still protecting the budget. Page 4 of the bill, this line speaks to the kind of support the Attorney General shall make available to the Commission. Use of the word shall implies a requirement. The question, if the intent of the sentence is that the AG is required to provide space and personnel to the Commission. And line 3K of page 4, this line suggests that the Commission shall promulgate a code of conduct for its members. However, there is no third-party oversight of the Commission stated. The League suggests either annual audits by the Inspector General or an ethics ombudsperson to address this. Finally, we ask, what is the source of reliable funding for the Commission? I listened to the Senator's remarks in the beginning, and he indicated that there was going to be an initial support, but there is no indication that this is a reliable or a reliable source of funding for the Commission. Is it stated elsewhere? If not, it should be included in the Commission's enactment. In summary, the League is in support of Bill 36077, but offers items for consideration for improvement before its enactment. Thank you.
And thank you, Dr. Molinar, for your testimony. At this time, the chair will recognize Attorney Weddle.
Yes, ma'am.
Good. To present your testimony and read your testimony into the record. Kindly proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Carla Joseph, Committee on Rules and Judiciary members, other senators, legislative staff, and the listening and viewing audiences. I am Jeremy Weddle, an Assistant Attorney General in the Virgin Islands Department of Justice's Criminal Division. It is an honor and a privilege to appear before you this afternoon. Attorney General Gordon Ray sends his highest respects to the committee and regrets his unavailability today due to a scheduling conflict. Bill number 36-0077 seeks to amend Title III of the Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 37, by repealing the existing Section 1108 and enacting the Virgin Islands Commission on Ethics and Conflicts of Interest in its place. In addition to establishing the Virgin Islands Commission on Ethics and Conflicts of Interest, Bill number 36-0077 also addresses the appointment and eligibility of members, term limits for members, compensation for members, as well as the hiring of professional and support staff. The Department of Justice appreciates the opportunity to comment on Bill number 36-0077. The Department of Justice has completed a preliminary review of Bill number 36-0077 and offers the following comments. Currently, Title III of the Virgin Islands Code, Section 1108, codifies the penalties for violating Chapter 37 of the Code, which pertains to conflicts of interest. DOJ's review of Bill number 36-0077 finds that the proposed legislation satisfies Virgin Islands law regarding commissioner eligibility, compensation, and terms, and filling board vacancies. The proposed bill permits the commission to hire professional and support staff in line with territorial laws that allow for the hiring of staff for the Virgin Islands Board of Dental Examiners, the Public Defender Administration Board, and the Taxicab Commission. State ethics committees or commissions are a growing trend nationally due to increasing public awareness and concern about ethical conduct in government, the demand for greater transparency and accountability, and the need for independent oversight of ethical issues. Based on a query on July 18th, 2025, at least 198 bills related to ethics have been introduced in at least 35 states so far in 2025. Although ethics commissions exist in many states, The structure and role of each commission vary by jurisdiction. Bill number 36-0077 aligns with the current national trend of embracing principles of ethical governance, including transparency, accountability, fairness, and integrity. While the Virgin Islands Department of Justice favors the establishment of the Commission on Ethics and Conflicts of Interest, the department has some concerns regarding Bill number 36-0077. First, and probably the utmost importance to the Department of Justice, as submitted, the proposed amendments require the Attorney General to, quote, make available to the Commission such personnel, facilities, and other assistance as the Commission may request to assist in the performance of its duties, unquote. The vague and open-ended language of the bill suggests that the Department of Justice could be expected and or required to make up for any shortfalls experienced by the Commission at the request of the Commission's executive director. The Department of Justice may also be required to provide office space, supplies, and equipment if requested by the Commission. Additionally, Bill number 36-0077 requires the Commission on Ethics and Conflicts of Interest to hire at least 2 investigators. However, it does not specify whether these investigators must be peace officers. If the investigators are to be peace officers, who will be responsible for training them? The aforementioned ambiguity is particularly concerning to the Department of Justice, given the absence of stated funding for the Commission on Ethics and Conflicts of Interest. Without adequate funding, both the implementation and effectiveness of the Commission could be compromised, as proper funding is crucial for carrying out the duties of the Commission on Ethics and Conflicts of Interest. As the only cited supporting agency of the Commission on Ethics and Conflicts of Interest, the Department of Justice is concerned that any shortage in staff or other resources will be visited upon an already understaffed and financially limited DOJ. As a result, the department suggests that language limiting the Attorney General's assistance to the Commission be included in the proposed legislation. The Department of Justice also suggests that the Virgin Islands Office of the Inspector General be included in the bill as a GVI agency approved to provide aid to the Commission. Many ethics and conflicts of interest violations include a financial component. The Office of the Inspector General already employs the staff and has the expertise to conduct financial examinations. A multi-agency, multidisciplinary approach would be more effective and cost-efficient in combating ethical violations in the Virgin Islands. Finally, in the newly proposed subsection G, there is a reference to, quote, section 1110, subsection G, unquote. It is unclear what title and chapter of the Virgin Islands Code this language is referencing. I would recommend including some clarifying details. Bill number 36-0077 is a significant step in the right direction toward achieving good governance in the Virgin Islands, and its implementation could lead to substantial improvements. The Department of Justice welcomes the legislation subject to the above caveats. I thank the committee for the invitation to testify on Bill number 36-0077. I appreciate your consideration of my testimony. This concludes my formal remarks. I remain available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Attorney Weddle, for your presentation. Colleagues, we have concluded all of the presentation. We do have a letter to be read into the record from the Administrator of Courts. And I will have the clerk proceed with reading that letter into the record. Kindly proceed.
July 17th, 2025, the Honorable Carla A. Joseph, Chairperson, Committee on Rules and Judiciary, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Old Barracks Yard, Charlotte Marley, St. Thomas, VI 00802. Request for testimony on Bill 36-0077. Thank you for the invitation to testify on behalf of the Judicial Branch on the proposed bill number 36-0077, which would amend Title 3, Chapter 37 of the Virgin Islands Code relating to enact the Virgin Islands Commission on Ethics and Conflicts of Interest. As I indicated in previous correspondence, I will not be available to testify on the 22nd due to the previously scheduled business travel. The judicial branch acknowledges that a robust and efficient scheme regulating conflicts of interest and the enforcement of the relevant laws within the branches of the government is an important and integral part of maintaining public trust and efficient public services. While this bill, which seeks to establish a commission, may appear benign on its face in that it only requires an appointment to the membership by the Chief Justice and 2 joint appointments of private citizens to be made with the governor. We acknowledge that nothing in this bill speaks to the jurisdiction and duties of this commission, which could have far-reaching implications for all 3 branches of government, including concerns over the separation of powers. Accordingly, the judicial branch offers no substantive comment on the establishment of the commission or any subsequent legislation enumerating the duties and functions of the commission. Sincerely, Regina Peterson, Administrator of Courts. This is the end, Madam Chair, this is the end of the letter.
And thank you so kindly, Madam Clerk. I know this is the first time you are here. You're my intern, and I think you're doing a wonderful job. Okay, colleagues, we will now proceed with 7 minutes first round, and if we need to go to a second round, we will allow that, but we would allow each member of the committee to have, and non-member to have 7 minutes of questioning. We'll begin, of course, with Mr. Secretary, Senator Avery L. Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Again, good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Pleasant good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. All right. Director Richardson, how are you doing today?
I'm well, thank you.
Great. In your testimony, you suggest overlapping statutory authority with the Attorney General and the Division of Personnel. What specific language would you recommend adding to this bill to clearly define the boundaries of the proposed commission's jurisdiction versus that of the personnel and the Attorney General?
It would, Cindy Richardson, Director of Personnel. So I would look into just clarifying what type of cases, what type of situations, to differentiate what would come to the Division of Personnel versus Attorney General. In my testimony, I did go into some detail in regards to that, given the fact that the Division of Personnel does have some statutory authority to deal with some of these disciplinary actions. And what we are suggesting is something more on the higher level that would go to either the commission, or if it was something that was beyond our authority, that would go to the Attorney General's office.
Thank you. You also stated that the bill lacks clear legislative intent or mission statement, which is a bit critical, but do you believe the mission is, what would you like to see to make it a viable product?
Well, I just want to be clear that, the Division of Personnel, it supports the goal of the strengthening of ethical governance, one. But our opposition is not to the concept, but it's to the bill in its current form. There were certain things that was not clear. And I think everybody at the table here stated certain deficiencies with the bill that we would like to see. I do feel that maybe some additional collaboration and clarity would be needed. But based on what we are proposing, the Division of Personnel does have some oversight in dealing with some of these things already. We have already established the code of conduct. You know, all of that could be found on our website. We do have additional guidance that we have provided to the GVI workforce. We also have an ethical reporting system that is set up on our website as well. And we are currently doing training in regards to the code of conduct.
Thank you. Given that, sorry, Attorney Weddle? Attorney?
Yes, sir.
Attorney Weddle, given that the DOJ already has authority under Title III Virgin Islands Code, Section 114 and 1106, to enforce ethic laws, how should the bill delineate the separate or complementary role of this new commission to avoid duplication or legal conflict?
Jeremy Weddle, Assistant Attorney General. I believe the way that it was outlined in our position today, and it was stated earlier by Senator Giddens that one of the goals with this particular commission is to investigate early before perhaps there is criminal activity, as I understand it. So I think the complementary role would be able to help get involved earlier in the investigative process.
Okay. You emphasize the importance of distinguishing between high-ranking officials and the general employee population. What specific classifications or criteria do you believe the bill should include to prevent politicization and protect employees from retaliation?
Apologies, can you restate the question?
You emphasized earlier today in your testimony the importance of distinguishing between high-ranking officials, correct?
I don't recall that specifically from my testimony, but...
That was me.
No, you. Sorry.
That was me.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah, that was me.
Sorry.
So, Cindy Richardson, Director of Personnel. So we did distinguish that in our testimony, and what we stated is that allow the Division of Personnel to deal with the lower level cases. Anything for high ranking then would go to the commission, but everything else could be handled at the Division of Personnel level.
Okay. The best of your knowledge, based on what we have here, Ms. Richardson, what would be the appeal process?
Appeal process, that would then be something that the commission could handle.
The commission would handle it?
Correct.
So everything from the commission would be either recommendation or final decision? Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, Madam Chairwoman, I'll come back in another round. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary. The chair will now recognize Senator Angel Boquez Jr. for your line of questioning.
Point of inquiry. Sorry.
Mr. Acting President, you are recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you, ma'am. I just wanted for probably legal counsel to place on the record, because a number of the concerns, again, are addressed in the companion bill, which I've already stated that this bill has been bifurcated. So if our legal counsel could just explain the difference of the two bills and where they will be able to see the finances and the delineation of the duties and functions of the Ethics Commission, please.
Legal counsel?
At least, and showing the reason it was bifurcated.
Through the chair to Senator Gittens, this bill has a companion bill based on Section 16C of the Revised Organic Act of 1954. Any bill that establishes a board or commission must be separate legislation. So as I listened to some of the testimony today, I realized that the testifiers perhaps did not have a copy of 25 of the companion bill, because that companion bill has in there some of the information that has been testified to in regards to the powers and duties of the Attorney General Office, which was amended in the, well, which is going to be amended in the companion bill to provide for those powers and duties now falling under the commission. This bill that is before you simply establishes a commission. All of the other information in regards to the powers and duties of the commission, exactly what they are setting out to do, the budget, what types of offenses will be heard before the commission, the steps for appeal, all of those are in the companion bill.
Thank you, Legal Counsel. I do have a follow-up question, Legal Counsel. What is the bill assigned? What is the companion bill number?
I do not have the companion bill number. Perhaps the sponsor does. I have the BR number, which is 25-0276B.
Okay. So I'm aware that the companion bill is bill number 36-0078. 7778, and that bill is not assigned to this committee. We don't have jurisdiction over that bill. That bill is assigned to the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. So we are having a wonderful discussion here. I don't know how it got assigned that way, but this is what we have before us to discuss today. And given that it has a companion bill, which I was alerted to just yesterday, that you also need to have a robust discussion on it. And so we are operating right now in a vacuum, really. Vacuum without full information regarding to be able to really have a great and robust discussion. So, members, I would still think we don't want to hold up the time, but your discussion, because we even raised some questions and we weren't aware of it, but what I would like to do, and I think would be a great suggestion, is for us to continue the discussion, but we will have to be able to have you review that companion bill as well. Mr. Acting President, you're recognized.
Thank you, ma'am. And your comments are on point, and I did plan to state during my time that the discussion is welcome, and as the bill sponsor, my intent is to hold this matter within the committee until we could address the companion bill, which is 0078, because it wouldn't make any sense to have this move forward without having 78 move forward as well. So the discussion is proper here for just addressing the enactment as to the reasons for enacting the commission, and then in the 0078 in the other committee, once we address that and it moves forward, then it will have to come to this committee, and then we could have that joint communication or conversation. But the intent right now is to have a robust discussion on the enactment of such legislation. Thank you.
And thank you so much, Mr. Acting President, for that clarification. At this time, the chair will recognize the at-large senator, Senator Angel Boques Jr. Kindly proceed with your 7 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. Good afternoon to central staff, and good afternoon to our testifying panel on the measure before us, Bill number 36-0077, which specifically repeals Section 1108 of Chapter 37. Is that correct? So 1108, or 1108, I should say, has been in the law for since 1971. It was passed on May 3rd, 1971. So definitely needs some attention, because as we continue to work on our laws, we want to periodically update them to reflect modern times. However, I wanted to make a quick mention that in 1108, there is an indication in that area that also includes penalties. The current law, if in fact this were to be passed right now, would not have a penalty provision. So what that means is that the bill would not be able to preserve or reassign the enforcement powers or penalties, causing some ambiguity. And I would like to ask DOJ and the VI bar if in fact they feel the same way about what I just mentioned.
If I understand the Senator, Anna Kristen McCown, Legislative and Law Reform Committee of the Virgin Islands Bar, if I understand the Senator correctly, so if someone is found by the Commission to have committed an egregious act, there would be no penalty. It would just be a decision. So yes, I agree with that assessment as well, that there needs to be some section that would address what the potential penalties would be for such an offense.
And before DOJ responds, that leads me to another follow-up with you, because then to what capacity, and perhaps 36-0078, which we don't have currently before us, may address what I'm about to say. To what magnitude of responsibility is the Commission? Is it just, do they have the enforcement of law, or is it advisory?
And I think that goes back to my associate testifier's point that there is an overlap, potential overlap of branches and jurisdiction, et cetera, that needs to be ironed out before we go in that direction.
Okay. And if you may respond to the previous inquiry.
Yes, Senator. I don't know that I'm prepared to go that much in detail, but I would just point out that I think the point does make a lot of sense, that you want to have some repercussions. So right. I would defer to the AG on the specifics of that, but I think that would be the overall response.
But yes, without seeing 36-0078 to find out, in fact, if those penalties are included in that companion bill, I am unaware, based on what is before us today. I don't see any of the penalties that are currently in law, which are in 1108 right now, today. So that's one thing. On page 3, section G, there is a reference to section 1110G. And I did not see that section in the current law. I think from what I was able to research, it goes up to 1108. I'm not sure if it's referencing a different chapter, so I'm inquiring through the chair to legal counsel to verify that specific statute or piece of subsection that is being referenced on that page.
Thank you. Legal counsel, please
Yes,
respond.
through the chair to Senator Bolkes, that section is referring to, again, the companion bill. There's a 111103 in the companion bill, and in regards to your first question in regards to section 1108, that section is amended in the companion bill, so the penalties are still in that in the VI code. But it includes the sections in this bill, if there, in the companion bill, if there are any violations. So instead of saying by violating any provision in that chapter, it also includes the provisions in the companion bill. If there are any violations, then those penalties in section 1108 are still there.
Okay, so that's why I couldn't find it.
Right.
But with more discussion and we're able to share the information, then we can. I'm sure the bill sponsor is listening adamantly and taking notes as we move forward, so that we can try to clean up everything and get it moving. So I wanted to switch over to the Director of Personnel, and good afternoon to you, Ms. Richardson. And I wanted to ask you, you made an indication to the Personnel Accountability Compliance Unit, and you believe that should be should that be a parallel piece of legislation, or what are your thoughts around that?
I mean, I do think, good afternoon, Cindy Richardson, Director of Personnel. I do believe it can be a companion to the bill in the sense that it would clarify and create a specific unit that could actually handle some of these type of cases and work collaboratively with the commission.
Okay.
30 seconds.
And as time is going, you recommended Ms. Molinar from the League of, Molinar from the League of Women Voters. You recommended changes to section 1106. Should those changes be made concurrently to this bill or addressed in a separate piece of legislation like the companion bill?
1106. That was a section of 1106 was one that cited the confusion between the responsibilities of the commission and the AG. And I think we've already addressed that in the discussion here. That really needs to
I'm
be
sorry, Dr. Molinar. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Yes. We refer to that confusion with respect to the responsibilities of the commission versus the AG. And so we believe that has to be clarified. And I think everyone here agreed with that as well.
Okay, very well. And Madam Chair, if I may just wrap up.
Kindly proceed.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And this is for Department of Justice, AAG Whittle. You mentioned the language in Section J, obligating the Attorney General to provide unlimited support. To your knowledge, what type of capacity or lack thereof do you believe is going to be required from the DOJ in reference to the support that's being mentioned?
Senator, again, I'll have to defer to the AG specifically on how far that goes. I think the primary concern is the fact that as we're the only named agency, there's not any limitation there. So our request would be that the bill specify what those limitations are and to further consider as well the involvement of the Inspector General to hopefully spread that out even a little bit further.
Okay, and more than likely it may be addressed in 36-0078, but until we're able to take a look at that, then we're sort of working in a vacuum as mentioned by the chairwoman. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Bolkes, for your line of questioning. Point of information, Mr. Secretary, you're recognized.
Great. Director Richardson, good afternoon once again. Currently, when ethic issues arrive, currently, how do we address them in the government?
So right now, what we do have on the Division of Personnel website is our ethical reporting area, which does have all the information so far on ethics. There is an ethical reporting form that individual can go and place a complaint. And as of right now, it would be something that my legal counsel would review and address.
So it'd be handled by the Division of Personnel?
Correct.
It'd be handled by the Division of Personnel?
Correct.
Not forwarded to the Attorney General?
Unless it was something of substantial that's maybe hinted towards criminal activity, that would be referred to the Attorney General's office.
All right, good. So we're on the right path. Okay, thank you.
At this time, the chair would recognize Clifford A. Joseph Sr. for your 7 minutes. Actually, we will move forward and have Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. You are, I see two hands. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger is a little bit difficult to see from this vantage point. Senator Francis Heiliger, you reached over. Good. You're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the territory, the testifiers. As we've all recognized that this piece of legislation comes in two parts. And I do agree, it would be a little bit difficult to make any final decision on just half of it, but I also understand what the Revised Organic Act says, that the establishment has to be separate from everything else. I think we might have or should have potentially put the two of them together in a committee at the same time to be discussed simultaneously, but seeing that this is not what's happening, I am in support of the establishment. So have no question about it. And I know I heard from the sponsor that the second part, 78, because it does have in some financial numbers as to how it's going to pay for this, that's in the Committee on Finance. At some point, it's going to come to the Committee on Rules. So at some point, both of them will be before us. So I am sure we'll make a decision for me once I have opportunity to see them simultaneously and have a conversation. But as of right now, the questions I want to ask, why, from the representatives of personnel, you spoke that you are of the opinion that you guys should have some role in this, and you have all this stuff on your website in regards to ethics. Could you tell me on average how many ethics complaints you get annually? Do you keep a track of that? Have you gotten, since you've established this information on the website, could you give me some type of numbers?
Good afternoon, Cindy Richardson, Director of Personnel. So since this has gone up, I believe we have received recently, actually just 3 so far.
You've gotten 3 so far.
Yes.
And of those 3, how do you, so when exactly did this go up?
This went up just after the signing of, I would say a month or 2 after the signing of the executive order.
Okay, so could you give me a date? When was this?
The executive order went into effect January 27th. And so 2 months after that.
Okay, so you're saying roughly from March until July, you've gotten 3 complaints.
Correct.
How do you deal with the investigatory part of it? Could you explain to me if an ethics complaint comes in, tell me how you tackle that part investigation-wise?
So they would be assigned to my legal counsel, and there is our process that we follow, usually similar to that of our EEO investigations that we do. And we would go through and make contact and do our interviews and investigation as necessary, prepare a final report, and take it from there.
Okay, of this, how long on average of these 3 specific, the reason why I'm so taxing on trying to understand your process is because you're suggesting you guys should play some major role in this. So I'm trying to understand a justification for it. Of the 3 that you've gotten so far, could you tell me on average how long it took you to investigate and come to a conclusion, or are you still working on them currently?
There are some that we're still working on, but on average, we usually try to get it done within a 60 to 90-day window.
Okay, so from March until July, March to April, April to May, May to June, June to July, we're past the 90 days. So I'm asking you, so far, is any of the 3 completed?
So just for clarity, those 3 cases recently came in, so we're within the time frame.
Okay. So you're still actively working on them?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I like that. The reason why I'm trying to make sure, understand, because I want to have some kind of clear delineation between those that are dealing in management with personnel, filings, etc. Because me, for example, I have spent the majority of my time as a employee of the government working under the first branch of government. And there is a second branch, which we all understand, and then there's a third branch. So why do you believe that this should be under the purview of personnel, specifically under the second branch, versus creating something independently that doesn't really have a specific tie per se to any particular branch?
Good afternoon, Cindy Richardson, Director of Personnel. So basically under Title III, Division of Personnel does have the authority to do so. And just to add, because Senator, I do know that you do appreciate and you do your own research, but even when we looked at this as far as the formation of the commission, we're in support of it and we want to support that. The states such as Florida, Texas, New York, and California all have some sort of HR offices that are responsible for a certain level, and they work in collaboration with an ethics commission.
1 minute.
So the HR arm does play a role in it, and we under Title III, we do have the statutory authority to do so.
Okay, and I'm gonna be honest with you. That's why I'm just trying to gather information so I could see for the final outcome, because things could always be amended. Mm-hmm. I'm very concerned, just from my perspective, where sometimes things are put in certain places. That's why I kept diving down to see how fast you guys are moving and trying to push through things so I could better see if this potentially could be a location for some kind of assistance as well. But I get very concerned with how our government functions as a whole. I mean, there's a lot of things that happen in our community where you would think like even the local AG would step into, it just never happens. A lot of times it's the federal government that has to step in, and then we're here with our mouths open. So I don't want to create a situation where we just put things into a de facto location and you don't really see any results, because unfortunately, unlike all those other states you called, sometimes certain things, when you're in a much smaller community, everything doesn't always go the way it's supposed to. It's who you know, who's related to who, you know, let me give that one a chance, let's not do this. So it almost makes me feel sometimes there are some things that really might need to have a totally independent setup outside of what maybe other jurisdictions might do because of the makeup of our community. So I'm trying to honestly look at it from multiple perspectives. And the only other thing that I wanted to toss in, I do understand the notion that what authority is given to personnel, what authority has already been given to the AG's office. But I think people a lot of times forget that those authorities are actually given by the legislature. And the same way we giveth, we could taketh away. So if we choose to see a potential that maybe another alternative or a different route could be in the best interest of the people of this territory and how we do things, we're gonna look at that. So I do appreciate your poignant answers, and I'm going to look at this holistically and potentially see where whatever other agencies could play a role if necessary, or maybe it's in the best interest to revamp the entire thing and go a little bit more independent. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the additional time.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis Heiliger. We were wondering if you had heard the clerk say time at one point. So I see Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr., you are present. You are recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time, and good afternoon to the testifiers. To the Division of Personnel Director, can this bill be used to strengthen the current executive order, and what you are doing at the Division of Personnel?
Good afternoon, Cindy Richardson, Director of Personnel. I want to say that I feel very strongly about that code of conduct, the new one. It was updated to replace what was there from, I think it was 1961. And I do think a lot of thought went into it, and I feel that it's very strong. As we indicated, we do see that having that and what we come up with today, that we could work collaboratively and just work to make it stronger and ensure that we have the right mechanisms in place should we have to apply anything that's dealing with ethical and addressing employee code of conduct.
Yes, Madam Chair, since the bill sponsor will be holding it in the committee, I wouldn't ask any more questions. So thank you for the time, and thank you for that response.
Thank you so much, Senator Joseph Sr. I do have some questions I would like to pose to the testifiers, because I know and I understand now the bill sponsor strategy. He was very intentional and strategic with moving forward to hear this discussion, to have this discussion, because he's taking copious notes. So he can make sure that when he moves the bill and when the companion bill comes to this committee, which it must, unless, of course, there are other factors at play, that he has already done his homework and he has collected the collective minds to have a collective discussion on the bill. Now, I wanted to ask you, Director Richardson, you indicated that the Department of Personnel is empowered to provide and to govern employee conduct, investigation, and discipline. But that is limited. Is that limited to all government employees, or is it only limited to your branch, the executive branch?
It is my understanding it's limited to just the executive branch.
Okay. And so the question I would have then would, and this is to Attorney Weddle, would this legislation, how it is written, be applicable to the two branches of government, the executive and the legislative?
So my comments today, I think, were prepared, again, on the formation. And my understanding of the formation is that all branches of government have a place in the bill as it's sponsored, so it would be equally distributed. Okay. Is my understanding.
Okay. And so that's what I wanted to get a little bit of clarity, because we do have within the legislature our own rules and what governs us as legislators, and then we have policies and procedures for the central staff and our staff members that apply to them as well. So we have to look at it holistically, taking into consideration that how are we going to discipline individuals. I also, and also to provide a way for there to have a level of due process. Now, I wasn't too clear in the bill, this bill, and I think that's a constitutional right, that everyone is entitled to due process and to be able to appeal any type of judgment. And so how, and I don't know if it's delineated in the companion bill, because I haven't reviewed that as in depth as I've reviewed this bill, but that was one of my concerns, that you have to have some way to appeal any judgment or disciplinary matters. Did you see this in the in this bill, Attorney Weddle?
I didn't see it listed here, but again, based solely upon the formation, I think some of those details are probably more in tune with that discussion in the companion bill.
Okay, and then I had a question, let me turn to it. On, I think it's page number 2, and it would be in, I think one of the testifiers, I'm not sure if it was the League of Women Voters, B, and it states really about members of the commissions shall serve for terms of 5 years until their successors are appointed and qualified, but not longer than 60 days beyond the expiration of their term. I think because a lot of the times we have slow appointments, people are reluctant to come forward to serve. I was wondering if it would be the consensus that we strike that area where it says, but not longer than 60 days beyond the expiration of their terms. What is your sense on that, Attorney McCown?
Yes, Senator. My thought on that is I'm very concerned with quorums. I've seen some examples of commissions taking action without a quorum, and I've seen the results therefrom. And so I just think prophylactically we need to put things in the bill, and I don't know about the companion bill if it's there yet, of course, but we do need to be mindful of that, otherwise we're wasting money and time.
Without a quorum.
Correct.
Yeah, so that was one of my other items that I thought, because we have seen that we have had to mushroom some of the boards here in the legislature since I got elected in 2021. We have reduced the size of the boards because we are, and you know, it's really something that is really practical. Our population has been reduced. And so you don't have a lot of persons willing to come forward to serve. And that is one of the major challenges that we are facing. So we want the board to be equipped and ready to serve. The other item that I had a question and concern about was item D. Well, actually, it's still in this same B, but it says here, the initial appointees of the president of the legislature, the governor, the chief justice of the Supreme Court of the Virgin Islands shall serve an initial 3 terms. Okay, and then the 2 other members are jointly appointed by the governor, chief justice shall serve a full term of 5 years. My concern was under section D4 is that persons appointed cannot hold D3 and D4 hold office in any political party or political committee for 1 year prior to an appointment, actively participate in or contribute to any political campaign. I wondered about those and persons' ability and if to participate and contribute. to the political system as it was, as the election system, to contribute or participate of their own free will. Do you see that that would have been a conflict of interest if this person is out there contributing? You get contributions from a lot of places, as in any political campaign or any political party. What is your thoughts on it, especially Dr. Molinar, relative to those portions I just read out?
Yeah, yes, Gwen Marie Molinar, League of Women Voters. We read that as well. We wondered, however, if there might have been conflicts of interest with respect to positions being held if you are strongly in favor of one particular party versus another. And so we were more concerned, quite frankly, Senator, about the fact of the latency of the year between stepping down from the government and getting onto the commission. The issue that you raised also brought up another one, an individual who is involved in civic associations that are nonpartisan. And so we didn't know whether that was caught up in this as well. We don't have a strong opinion about that, but we would hope that such individuals, if they were appointed, would identify that it's a conflict of interest, if indeed a situation arose where they're on a commission and an issue of a political nature is brought up, that they would indeed, adhering to the code of conduct for the commission, would identify that it is a conflict.
I think, and when you identify as, and you see, this again goes to the ethics, because I am of the opinion you can serve on this and plus do these two things, but you have to be able to identify that you have and be forthcoming,
yes,
that you have a conflict. That erases the whole conflict and allows the other members to make a judgment whether you can recuse or not recuse. Attorney McCown, do you want to feed in on this particular topic regarding ethics? That's how I was taught about ethics.
Well, I agree with the senator. I think it's just like a judge choosing to recuse him or herself. Same principles apply. If you feel like you can do justice to the case you're hearing, then okay. But if you truly do not, and the requirement to disclose will help keep you honest, because you have other people surrounding you who know about these conflicts and can weigh in as well.
Thank you, because, and I'm glad, Director Richardson, you're offering classes on conflicts and ethics. I'm just going to put it on the record that I had a great trainer. She's no longer here on top of God's good earth, and her name was the Honorable Lorraine Earle B.
Absolutely.
She conducted ethical training. This was maybe 20 years ago, and I participated. And one of the attorneys who was there present, they said the best way to diffuse or conflicts is to be forthcoming and say that you have a potential conflict here and let people know. You have to just tell the truth. I always say tell the truth and shame the devil. And so that is potential, but we are facing some major issue. I have one final question. Director Richardson, is your policies and what you are doing right now, is it only applicable to lower management? Is it also applicable to commissioners and the governor?
Yes, that is clearly defined in the executive order, and it is applicable to everyone, including the governor and lieutenant governor. And even when we did our training, we made sure that we did a special training specific to the cabinet level as well.
Yes, because then I have to go and probably, and your process is outlined on your website and how you file a possible complaint.
It's called ethical reporting. You can find it. We do have a banner on our website on the front that's continuously rotating that touches specifically just on ethics. And you can also find additional documentation under documents and forms under the employee tab.
Because we had a really great conversation last week, Friday, in the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Park. And we see some levels of breaches, especially with spending government funds. Unauthorized. Unauthorized. That's our biggest issue here at the legislature we face. Unauthorized spending of taxpayers' money. And I'm very serious about it. You can't be spending the hard taxpayers' money unless you're authorized to do it. And does your conflicts of interest, your complaint focus on that? Director Richardson?
It is very, it's a form that you fill out and you can go into detail. And we tried to, you can either be anonymous or you can actually provide your information. But if there's anything that you feel that you need to report, we can look at it and then we can make a decision from there.
Because we have to be able to discipline people. It cannot be that we are just always saying, okay, we're going to turn a blind eye to it. It sends a bad message. It's the worst message ever. And at the helm of it is that it erodes public trust. Okay, we want to build our public trust that they can trust us to manage the money with fidelity, to implement with fidelity. They know that we have their best interests at heart. So I'm saying all of this in the context that I am in support of this piece of legislation in principle. I also have a piece of legislation to take when the Attorney General doesn't act on some of the roles that he is required to act, that we are going to do something about it, because you have to. Because if we don't, that's how you get anarchy, your whole structure is becoming fragmented. And so we want to be able to do that. I don't have any further questions for the testifiers. I will now allow the bill sponsor to ask any question. Mr. President, Acting President Kenneth Gittins, you can kindly proceed with your 7 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me first state that several areas that were being questioned that they're not seeing in Bill number 36-0077 are actually within the companion bill. Again, because the bills were performed to two different committees, that was beyond my control, and by the time I saw that they were in two different committees, it was already too late for me to just ask for them to be heard in one. However, it is my intent to just have this discussion today with regards to the enactment, which speaks to Bill 35-0077, and 7.8 will address on page 2 of it in section 1109. It will address the requirements and powers and duties of the commission. It will also address on page 6 of that companion bill the investigation process, which will be in section 1110. Also on page 11 of that bill, the penalties will be addressed in section 111. And on page 12, the wrongful use of the chapter will be addressed in section 1112. And on page 13, the Ethics and Conflict of Interest Commission Fund will be addressed in section 1113. And lastly, the supplemental provisions in section 1114 and the conflict with other laws in section 1115, and that's on page 14 of the companion bill. Now, as I listen to the testimony, I want to thank all the testifiers for their input, and I understand where everyone is coming from. I truly appreciate the input from the Director of the Division of Personnel as well. However, the intent of this specific legislation is to establish an independent Virgin Islands Commission on Ethics and Conflicts of Interest, precisely to avoid any internal handling of these sensitive matters by any existing government agencies. So right now, with all the back and forth happening, if one was to file an ethics complaint against the governor, who gonna investigate it? The Division of Personnel? You know, historically, we've seen that when ethics violations and conflict of interest are handled internally, they're often not answered or addressed with the transparency, objectivity, or the urgency that the public even expects out of this. So several reasons that I can see that the Division of Personnel should not be charged with this, not to say that they can't have their own, because many departments, or some departments, have its own internal affairs division. But this is at a much higher scale, addressing all three branches of government. And one of the first things that I could see is that the conflict of interest and lack of independence, where the Division of Personnel itself, again, is a government agency and part of the same system that may be under scrutiny. So you can't investigate yourself. An independent commission removes any perceived or actual biases and promotes impartiality. Also, specialized expertise. The Attorney General asked about the enforcement or the investigators that will be assigned there. The investigators will be what you call post-certified, just like any law enforcement officer here in the territory. So that specialized expertise is needed, where the ethical investigations will require that specialized training and a nuanced understanding of the conflict of interest framework, whistleblowers protections, and enforcement protocols. A newly formed commission, I am seeing, can definitely be built with experts trained specifically in ethics laws and investigative best practices. And that's what we would need around here. Also, we got to restore the public's trust in this government. The public has grown increasingly skeptical of the government's ability to hold itself accountable. How often do we see ourselves policing ourselves properly around here? As we read the news today, we see that even cases have started up to yesterday, started this week, and ongoing as well. It took the federal government to get involved in this. You heard all the shoo around and whatnot, and trust me, everyone is innocent until proven guilty. But you heard all the little whispers in the corners and whatnot, and nothing was being done. People talk to others and whatnot, people who don't have the authority to do anything with regards to an investigation. So again, the public is so skeptical of the government's ability to hold itself accountable. So establishing a separate, independent body signals a serious commitment on our part to transparency and integrity, helping to rebuild the community's confidence in our system. We have to do that, and we must do that on behalf of the people that we're serving. and also avoiding institutional burden. The Division of Personnel has an independent mandate already through the VI Code, which is managing human resources and personnel matters, not conducting ethics investigations. So diverting their focus could compromise both the functions and dilute the integrity of the ethical oversight that we're looking for. You know, so for these reasons, I stand firmly by the proposal to establish a fully independent commission to handle the ethics and conflicts of interest investigations, separately and apart. It's time that we adopt best practices in accountability and to do so in a way that reflects the seriousness of public service. Additionally, and I'll wrap up here, that for the Attorney General's comments, I thank you as well for your input and your comments. I appreciate the concerns. Again, one second, my train of thought. Now, I believe it is in all our best interests to work collaboratively to minimize waste, fraud, and abuse in this government. So our shared goal of ensuring accountability, again, should enable a cooperative approach where resources are used efficiently. There were some concerns about requiring your office's assistance, but we should have a shared concern and ready to work and assist each other in moving forward. Again, on the matter of investigator certification, that will be done through the Peace Officer Standard Training Council, that all those investigators will have that certification, in addition to possibly even being certified through the law enforcement, the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center known as FLETC. And again, lastly, the bill that we're discussing now, 77, only speaks to the enactment of this piece of legislation, whereas your concerns of the delineated duties and responsibilities and the funding comes in the companion bill of 0078. So again, thank you all for your input. And I just wanted to have this conversation because it's one that is needed. And at the appropriate time, we will just make the motion to hold the matter here in this committee until we can have the discussion, because I know what's going to come next. What's going to come next is the money. But again, the amount of monies that this government is losing going out the back door, we will spend less in creating a conflict of interest and ethics commission to reduce the amount of waste, fraud, and abuse that we have seen in this government. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, colleagues, for your input, and thank you again to all the testifiers who have made today's discussion possible.
Thank you so much, Mr. Acting President. I wanted to ask a question. I know the proponent of the measure spoke very eloquently and passionately about this measure that we have in consideration. And yes, we know that a companion bill is there, bill number 36-0078. But I also wanted to ask, because I haven't reviewed that bill, whether there is penalties in place in that companion bill. And I'm looking forward to it being vetted, bill number 36-0078 in the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. Director Richardson, you wanted to comment on any other portion of our discussion today? Because I know the sponsor really values the input from the testifiers.
Good afternoon, Cindy Richardson, Director of Personnel. So I just want to indicate that the Division of Personnel has worked about a year ago with the bill sponsor, and we've had discussions. So I want to make sure that they're clear in understanding that we fully support the goal of strengthening ethical governance here in the Virgin Islands. And just for clarity on some of the points made on page 4 of my testimony, we clearly indicated that we supported the establishment of the independent body with the jurisdiction over some of those high-level officials that was mentioned, while reaffirming our proposal to create that separate unit within the Division of Personnel to manage ethics amongst other matters of employee conduct. So I just wanted to indicate that we are in support, and the Ethics Commission would be something that would work collaboratively with the Division of Personnel and the Attorney General's office. But I do look forward to seeing the companion bill so that, we can have those robust and collaborative discussions.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, we have exhausted all time in this round. If I'm not hearing any other further...
Point of personal privilege before I call for a motion.
Certainly. You are recognized, Senator Gittins.
Just to respond to your concerns, I did state that in the companion bill, 36-0078, which I'll ensure that my staff shares with every senator by close of business in the next 25 minutes. When you get that on page 11, we'll speak to the penalties that will be covered in section 1111 of the bill once you get it. So again, the penalties that you inquired about will be covered in section 1111, which will be on page 11 as well.
Thank you so much, Senator Gittins. And I want to just also thank you for sending out your note yesterday, because without that note, I wouldn't have realized that there was a companion bill. So I really want to appreciate and thank you for being so forthcoming and to share with us the level of complexity we're looking at with these two separate bills. Does that conclude your point of information privilege, your point of privilege, Senator Gittins?
Yes, and my apologies for that only coming out yesterday, as I would have done that before, but so much pressing things going on at the same time. So at this time, I'll have a motion.
You are recognized for your motion, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Chair and colleagues, I move that Bill number 36-0077, an act amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 37, to enact the Virgin Islands Commission on Ethics and Conflicts of Interest, be held in this committee until further notice. I so move.
Bill number 36-0077 has motion to hold the bill in committee until further notice has been properly moved by Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, seconded by Senator Alma Francis Heiliger and Senator Angel Boquez Jr. Roll call on the motion to hold bill number 36-0077.
Senator Angel L. Boquez Jr.
Yay.
Senator Boquez, yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Carla J. Joseph, yes. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr.
Yes.
Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr., yes. Senator Avery L. Lewis.
Yes.
Senator Avery L. Lewis, yes. Senator Kenneth Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yes. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Milton E. Potter absent. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas and 1 absent.
Bill number 36-0077, an act amending Title III Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 37 to enact the Virgin Islands Commission on Ethics and Conflicts of Interest, has been favorably voted upon to hold the bill in committee until further time, and the motion so carries. At this time, I will ask the testifiers who are present to present a 30-second closing remarks. We will begin with Director Cindy Richardson. Kindly proceed with presenting your 30-second closing remarks.
Good afternoon, Cindy Richardson, Director of Personnel. I just want to say thank you to everyone here today and to the bill sponsor for providing us the opportunity to place our concerns and recommendations on the record. And just know that the Division of Personnel is committed to strengthening the ethical governance here within the territory. And we look forward to additional collaborative efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney McCown, you may proceed with your 30 seconds closing remarks.
Thank you, Senator. Anna Kristen McCown, Law and Legislative Reform Committee, Virgin Islands Bar Association. Thank you for the opportunity to be heard today. We applaud the legislature for this big step forward, and we look forward to reading more about it, i.e. the companion bill, and moving in a positive direction to increase public confidence and transparency in all government activity.
And thank you so much, Attorney McCown. Next, we will have Ms. Gwen Marie Molinar. Dr. Molinar, you're recognized for your 30 seconds closing remarks.
Thank you, Senator. This was very informative for me. I appreciated the testimony of everyone here. They added something special for consideration, and I want to thank them for the wealth of their information. I had some questions. As I indicated in my testimony, we, the League, had testified on a number of bills that Senator Gittens had put forward. I think there were at least 2 other bills on this. Oh, could I ask the question, Madam Chair? So I want.
Proceed.
One had to do with the responsibilities of the commission, and others had to do with the funding of the commission. And I want to know what happened to those bills. What happened to the original bills that I wish I had written down the numbers. They become just subsumed into this new bill, or are they just thrown out? What happened to those?
I believe, if I can answer that question on behalf of the bill sponsor, those bills were incorporated into Bill now 36-0078.
Yeah.
Which is assigned to a different committee, the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. So that's going to be heard in that committee, and then it will have to come to this committee. So at that time, you're going to see that full bill. If you like, I can have my office, if you haven't had an opportunity to view that bill, 36-0078, to afford you a copy of it.
Oh, I would appreciate that, and I'm sure all the other testifiers would as well.
And it would be my pleasure to do this. So
Yes.
I'm sure the bill sponsor will also do that, but I could have my staff do that as well for you. It's my pleasure to do that.
Yeah, and I think the other question that was raised for me is hearing the wealth of things that are happening in personnel, and then the fact that so many other departments have similar entities. We can't ignore that, and I'm sure that the sponsor will incorporate all of those in the new bill coming forward. And I encourage him to. I see really the need for multiple levels of this. So thank you, Madam Chair, for this. I think it was a great session.
And thank you so kindly for being here. And finally, Attorney Weddell.
Yes, ma'am. On behalf of Attorney Gordon Ray, we at the DOJ offer our thanks for the opportunity to present testimony today and the focus on ethics is very refreshing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Attorney Weddle, for those brief closing remarks. At this time, all four testifiers, you are released from your presenting your testimony and your appearance from the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary stand in recess for 2 minutes. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary is back on the record. Madam Clerk, please read into the record the last block on today's agenda.
Block number 5, Bill number 36-0039, an act amending Title 33, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 4, by increasing the cost to bring in containers or flat rack containers into the Virgin Islands, proposed by Senator Earle B. Yeah. Madam Chair, this concludes the reading of block number 5.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Who speaks on behalf of Bill number 36-0039?
I do, Madam Chair.
Kindly proceed, Senator Bokes, with your introduction.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. I move forward here in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary with Bill number 36-0039, which was previously heard in the Committee of Budget Appropriations and Finance, where we had a very robust discussion concerning the containers and the flat racks that come into our territory and have been doing so historically for many, many decades. This long overdue update to the Virgin Islands Container Tax Law, which is a 23-year-old piece of statutory regulation, tax law, is being proposed to change the fees associated with the importation of such said containers. The bill ensures that our infrastructure and the public systems are supported by a tax policy that is fair, competitive, and forward-thinking. For over 2 decades, the container tax law has remained unchanged, and despite the mounting costs of port operations, solid waste management, and infrastructure repair, we had not seen a change. We know that the containers that come in, especially the ones that are 45 feet and longer, are the ones that harm or put a lot of pressure on our infrastructure. Those are the ones that bring in all of the heavy equipment, construction materials, and especially knowing so that we're going to be going through a rebuilding phase here in the Virgin Islands, building our schools, our hospitals, and other buildings and infrastructure. We will be seeing a lot of influx of the containers coming in as well. And when we had that hearing in the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, there were 2 amendments that came about during the deliberations. One from concerning the extension of the 45-foot container to add or more, because currently the law would only charge for up to 45 feet. So once we insert or more, then we'll be able to capture those flat racks that come in that are up to 50 feet as well, and charge that 205 rate for the container tax. In addition to that, there was a discussion from the OMB director. He was not too, how should I put, he was not too interested in providing a 50-50 split between Waste Management Authority and rather wanted to have 75% in the general fund. However, we know that the Waste Management Authority is in a very critical state. After discussions and deliberations on the floor, the acting director of Waste Management suggested that he would be willing to let it sunset, meaning the appropriation, the 50-50 split, somewhere between 5 to 7 years. So in the form of Amendment 36-464, which has been sent to all of you colleagues, you may check your emails, you will see that there will be a hard date of October 1st, beginning the fiscal year in 2030, where then there will be a change and a split from 50-50 will now then be 75-25. 75% into the general fund of the Virgin Islands, and 25% still remaining very instrumentally and importantly in the beautification fund for the territorial anti-litter beautification summer program for our youths, so that we can provide jobs for our youths every summer. As we know right now, there are a lot of summer jobs that are taking place even now, but there are some students that were not able to work in the summer programs because they can only retain so many students at one given point in time. So hence we'll be creating more jobs for our young people. And being a person who once upon a time was young and worked for Clean and Preen, which was under the same beautification program, I do see the value in it, and I believe that it will be beneficial for all of our youth. Madam Chair, the amendment is before you. The bill as amended that passed through the Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance is before you, and I look forward and I'm asking for your support on this measure so that we can help to assist the Waste Management Authority and provide jobs for our youths. I thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you so kindly, Senator Bolkes, for that introduction. Colleagues, we are going to move towards a swift 2 minutes of debate time. We will begin with Mr. Secretary, Senator Avery L. Lewis. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Good afternoon again, colleagues. I'd like to say thank you. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. I'd like to say thanks to the bill sponsor, and I do appreciate the amendment in the format it is in. Thank you. I really look forward for, to keep funding that anti-litter beautification. Some I know a lot of friends of mine that took part in it, and I think it's a well worth community group. I mean, even it's under waste management, I know my sister and thing took part in it, and those children actually took pride in it. And anything we could do to continue the beautification of this place and to keep our youths on the path out of trouble, so to say, I am all for it. At the appropriate time, I will vote accordingly for the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Lewis, for your brief comments. The chair will now recognize Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to the listening public. At this time, I'm still a little in limbo as far as do I want to give Waste Management more money after listening to them yesterday. I'm really questioning what I want to do, so I will rest for now and vote when the time comes around, at the appropriate time.
Thank you so much, Senator Clifford Joseph Sr., for that brief comment. The chair will now recognize Senator Kenneth L. Gittins for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As have been discussed with the bill sponsor too, I'm a bit leery here with the of giving any more monies to waste management at this time, at least until we could address this situation with the sewage disposal fees that they're charging individuals who are not collected to the sewer system. I am aware of what the Virgin Islands Code states. However, no user fee should be assessed, or the same user fee, rather, should not be assessed to someone who is not connected to the government sewer system as the same as those who are connected. And until we could address that matter, I am not sorry, but I am not going to support anything else going to that entity. Again, the currently property owners who reside within 60 feet of a public sewer system but who are not connected to this public sewer system are currently being charged through their property tax bills the same amount of money of persons who are connected to the system. And until we can address that, I am not inclined to
Time.
increase any costs in order to benefit this entity. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And thank you so much, Senator Gittins, for your remarks on this matter. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you. When it comes to this piece of legislation, I sometimes feel that I am between a rock and a hard place, because I understand as legislators we have to come up with a way to increase revenues to specifically pay for certain things. But also as a representative of the people, I get very concerned at times. And I start doing a lot of math in my head, because having imports into this territory with containers are a way of life. This is not something that we have an option with here in the territory, living on an island in the middle of the ocean. So when I'm put into situations like this, is it a situation where we have to make sure find money for the government to run, or potentially an option where it turns into additional monies being passed on to the consumer? Because in speaking with many of these shippers, they're basically saying, hey, you give us these additional fees to pay, we're just going to pass it on to the consumer. And the consumer are those businesses and entities that ship in items into the territory. And when you add on additional costs to them, they're now going to pass it on to the consumer, which is more than likely individuals, me and you, that go and shop at these entities. So I am in a very funny place, because I understand the need to, Madam Chair, could I wrap up?
Quickly.
Thank you. I understand the need to generate revenues, but because I'm a little bit concerned where it comes to us constantly trying to put taxes or additional fines on things that is the very essence of how we survive in the territory, I'm concerned with that. So I'm gonna make my decision when it's time to vote, and we can go from there. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
And thank you so kindly, Senator Francis Heiliger, for your input. Madam Clerk, please put 2 minutes on the clock for me. I listened keenly to some of the items and the discussion when this bill was heard on July 10th in the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. Our responsibility as legislators is to raise money, bring in revenues. This, because it's aimed at those containers at 40 feet in length and more, you know, you have shorter containers. So we have to look at ways to bring in some revenues into the Virgin Islands, especially when we are taxing the general fund. It's a hard sell. I understand that. And we all have a lot of hardship. But I believe that we need to support our general fund. I don't believe it's a major hardship, but given that is not such a major pinch, I definitely will be in support of this piece of legislation and the amendment, the corresponding amendment.
Time.
And so at the appropriate time, I will be voting on the bill as well as the amendment as presented. Senator Bolkes, you are recognized for your closing wrap-up remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The measure, yes, is projected to raise over about $1.8 million or more annually without tying the tax to any of the value of the goods. And also, the way that it's structured here in the Virgin Islands, it's very predictable, and it is very fair. If you bring in a container, you know, right now it's $50 for a 20-foot container and $100 for a 40-foot container. When you calculate the amount of items on a container, for instance, let's just say for the 40-foot container right now for $100, and you have 10,000 items on that container, that's 1 cent per item, technically. So if you have 100 items at $100 is $1 per item, and those for like larger items, we're talking about refrigerators, things of that nature. If those products are all U.S. American made, you do not pay excise. Another very important factor that needs to be put on the record is if you bring in a container and you pick up your items at the port, you do not pay that container tax. The container tax is only charged when you leave the facility of the port. So we're talking about these big manufacturers, well, not manufacturers, but bigger stores that would have or require a container to leave the port to come to their bay to offload items. We're talking about Home Depots, we're talking about the larger companies that require for a container to leave, okay? And we know when you have to do the mathematics concerning products that we're selling to our people, the markup by these companies are way higher than what they charge for these container fees that we've been receiving historically for 20-odd years. So I think when you start to look at the cost per unit margin, you will see that we're talking about pennies in this case. And more so if it's larger items, you'll not likely pay more than $1 per item. Let's be very clear. Even with the proposed adjustment, I apologize, the container tax is very modest. For instance, let's look at other jurisdictions. You have other jurisdictions that apply a VAT on top of container fees and so forth. Like Puerto Rico, for instance, they do the excise plus a 11.5% to be applied on all basic necessities when they're shipped in. We don't have that here in the Virgin Islands. We have a flat rate container tax, and that's it. That's what we collect. So again, I know that there is some sort of hesitancy, but in conclusion, the per unit cost depends on how many items are in the container. For commercial shipments, you can have a container with thousands of items and you're paying pennies, okay, on the item. So while consumer costs may seem sensitive or the shipping companies may want to use that as a bargaining chip to not pay more, we need to also be cognizant of the fact that that is $50 for a 20-foot container when you can have almost $100,000 or more of product on a container, which you're still going to mark up and sell back to the people outside of this increase, is very, very marginal. So, colleagues, I know that was a bit aggressive, but I do believe that this measure is good for the people of the Virgin Islands, even though we're increasing this tax. The day-to-day Virgin Islander is not bringing in a container. A majority of the containers that are leaving the port are the larger companies, not individuals. Yes, you may have individuals that may pad up together. For instance, when they want to ship goods from a certain island and come to the Virgin Islands, 4 individuals will pay $25 each for a container just to bring it in with the container tax, as an example. But my time has already expired, and I appreciate your leniency, Madam Chair, and I ask for your support and vote on the measure. Thank you.
Point of information, please.
Yes, Senator Francis Heiliger.
Thank
You're
you.
recognized.
I just want to put on the record that, 100 pennies equal $1. So, it's nice where you're minimizing what the value of a penny is, but all these pennies are ultimately going to add up, and the people who are going to pay is still ultimately the consumer. So if that's the case about all these containers that come in versus them going out. So if they come in and when they go out, why don't we just put it on the ones that go out to guarantee that the $100 is only billed to the shippers and not the consumers per se? I mean, If that was the thought you were just sharing, you know, as to who these big businesses
Your
who
point
send out
is
stuff
you're making a point of information, Senator Francis Heiligan. It's noted.
Yeah, I'm putting that on the record.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Senator Bolkes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When a container leaves the Virgin Islands, we cannot charge for it to leave the Virgin Islands. The receiving country or state would have their structure concerning when a container is imported. So we would not be able to charge what is being implied because each country, let's say it goes to a different country outside of the United States of America, would have their, like for instance, Barbados or Santo Domingo, they would have their specific charges or rates or taxes or VAT that they would charge for the container to come in, basically their container fees or charges or taxes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, at this time, the chair will take a 2-minute recess. The committee stands in recess for 2 minutes. the Committee on Rules and Judiciary is back on the record. Do I hear a motion?
Motion, Madam Chair.
Senator Bolkes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move amendment number 36-464 to bill number 36-0039. Bill number 36-0039, section 1 is amended as follows. 1. In subsection B, paragraph 4, insert or more after 45 feet in length. 2. In subsection C, insert the following paragraph 3. 3. The allocation described in subsection C2 shall remain in effect until October 1st, 2030. Effective October 1st, 2030, the allocation shall be revised as follows. A. 75% shall be deposited into the general fund of the government of the Virgin Islands, and B. 25% shall be deposited into the Anti-Litter and Beautification Fund to fund a territorial anti-litter beautification summer program within the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority. I so move.
The amendment has been properly moved by Senator Bolkes and seconded by Senator Avery Lewis. Hearing no objection, the motion carries.
Objection, objection.
Go ahead, the motion carries.
Okay. There was an objection. Please note the objection.
I didn't hear the objection when I hit the gavel, so there was no objection. I did not hear it as acting president.
Yes,
and I already hit the gavel. Can we proceed with the next motion? Thank you.
Point of order, Madam Chair. If you're running a committee hearing and you have people in both
Mr.
districts,
Acting President, kindly indicate the rule that has been violated. Kindly indicate that for the record.
What I'm indicating for the record is that when you are running a committee hearing, you have two districts, you have to hear from both sides.
I understand that, but I am also telling you I did not hear it, and the chair has made the ruling based on her discernment. Can I hear a motion?
Let it be reflected that I have objected, though. Thank you.
Yes, and I understand that, and it is reflected after the gavel has been hit that the motion to amend Bill number 36-0039 carried, and Senator Gittins has objected. It is noted, but it is not for the record, and the motion carried as amended without any objection before the gavel hit. Kindly proceed, Senator Bolkes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move to hold Bill number 36-0039 as amended in the Committee of Rules and Judiciary at the call of the chair. I so move.
The motion to hold amendment. The motion to hold Bill number 36-0039 in committee at the call of the chair has been properly moved by Senator Angel Bolkes and seconded by Senator Avery L. Lewis. Your objection is noted. We're going to roll call. Roll call on the motion.
Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr.
Yay.
Senator Bolkes Jr. Yay. Senator Alma Francis Halliger. No. Senator Francis Halliger, no. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Carla Joseph, yes. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr.
Yes.
Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr., yes. Senator Avery L. Lewis.
Yes.
Senator Lewis, yes. Senator Kenneth Gittins.
To hold, yes.
Senator Gittins, yes. Senator Milton Potter is absent. Madam Chair, I have 5 yes, 1 no, and 1 absent.
The motion carries to hold Bill number 36-0039 as amended in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary at the call of the chair.
Point of information.
At this time, I really would like to thank all of the members for being here today and also for their contribution. I would also like to thank the Committee on Rules and Judiciary members, as well as the hardworking men and women from the central staff, our stenographer, as well as our Sergeant of Armed Media, and of course, my wonderful and dedicated, diverse group of young people and elder and mature person who is part of my senatorial staff. I really want to thank each one of you for being here and the hard work that you do. And thank you for being so cordial and courteous. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary meeting for Tuesday, July 22nd, 2025 is hereby adjourned.
Hey.